Hey there, night owls! Picture this. Two massive stone figures sitting in the Egyptian desert for over 3,000 years, each one taller than a 5-story building, staring out at absolutely nothing. These are the Colossi of Memnon, and they're pretty much all that's left standing from what was once the largest temple complex ancient Egypt ever built. The guy who commissioned them? Amenhotep III. Never heard of him? Yeah, that's the thing. He might have been Egypt's most successful pharaoh, and most people couldn't pick him out of a lineup if their Netflix subscription depended on it. Before we dive in, go ahead and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from tonight? And hit that like button if you're ready to meet a pharaoh who conquered the ancient world with gold instead of swords. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's talk about a king whose legacy is literally too big to ignore. Ready? Let's go. So here's tonight's question. What actually makes a pharaoh great? Is it the wars they won? The enemies they crushed? The dramatic stuff that makes it into Hollywood movies? Or is it something way less exciting, like keeping an empire peaceful for almost 4 decades, getting filthy rich without invading anyone, and building so many statues of yourself that archaeologists are still tripping over them 3 millennia later? Because if it's that second option, then Amenhotep III just might be the most underrated ruler in human history. Now let's talk about what made Amenhotep III's reign so remarkable, and spoiler alert, it wasn't his skill with a sword or his brilliant battlefield tactics. In fact, if you were hoping for epic conquest stories and dramatic military campaigns, you're going to be disappointed. Amenhotep III's superpower was way less cinematic than that. His secret weapon? Gold. Lots and lots of gold. An absolutely obscene amount of gold, actually. See, by the time Amenhotep III inherited the throne around 1390 BCE, Egypt was already sitting pretty as the wealthiest civilization in the known world. His father, Thutmose IV, and his grandfather, Amenhotep II, had done all the hard work of conquering territories and securing borders. They'd fought the battles, crushed the rebellions, and generally made sure everyone in the ancient Near East understood that you didn't mess with Egypt unless you had a death wish and a really poor grasp of military strategy. So when young Amenhotep III took the throne, probably around age 12, because apparently ancient Egypt believed in throwing kids into the deep end of the political pool, he inherited an empire that was stable, secure, and absolutely drowning in wealth. And I mean drowning. Egypt's gold reserves during this period were legendary. We're not talking about a nice little treasury with some gold coins and jewellery. We're talking about mines in Nubia that produced so much gold that foreign kings literally wrote letters begging for it like kids asking their rich uncle for loans. Which honestly isn't that far from what was actually happening. The diplomatic correspondence from this era, preserved on clay tablets in a collection we now call the Amarna Letters, reads like a mix between international diplomacy and really awkward family requests for money. One Babylonian king, Kadashman-Enlil, straight up wrote to Amenhotep complaining that the gold statues Egypt sent him weren't solid gold all the way through. Apparently someone had checked by heating them up and discovered they were gold-plated wood. The king was not amused. His letter essentially says, "Dude, you're literally the richest man in the world and you're sending me gold-plated furniture? What's next?" Cubic zirconia in the diplomatic gifts. Now before we paint Amenhotep III as a cheapskate, understand that this was actually brilliant diplomacy in action. Because here's what he understood better than almost any ruler before or since. Wars are expensive, destructive, and honestly kind of a hassle when you're already on top. Why spend decades fighting rebellions and invasions when you could just buy peace? And that's exactly what he did. Amenhotep III essentially invented what we'd now call soft power diplomacy, though his version involved significantly more actual gold and less strongly worded UN resolutions. The system worked like this. Foreign rulers wanted Egyptian gold. They wanted it desperately, obsessively, the way a modern CEO wants stock options and tax breaks. Egypt had the gold mines of Nubia, which were basically the ancient world's equivalent of printing unlimited money, except the money was actual money, and couldn't cause inflation because it was gold. So Amenhotep III made them an offer they literally could not refuse. You want gold? Marry into the family. Send me your daughters, your sisters, your nieces. Basically any female royal relative you've got who's of marriageable age. In return, I'll send you gold, establish trade agreements, and we'll all be one big happy international family that definitely won't go to war with each other, because that would be super awkward at family reunions. Was this system a bit transactional? Sure. Was it exploitative of women who got shipped off to foreign courts like diplomatic bargaining chips? Absolutely. But was it effective at maintaining peace and stability across the ancient Near East for decades? Depressingly, yes. Welcome to ancient geopolitics, where marriage contracts were peace treaties, and everyone just kind of accepted that princesses were a form of international currency. Not exactly a Hallmark movie premise, but neither was most of ancient history. The scale of Amenhotep's marriage diplomacy was honestly impressive in a deeply uncomfortable way. Over his nearly 40-year reign, he married princesses from Mitanni, Babylon, Arzawa, and various other kingdoms that most people today couldn't locate on a map of the ancient world, even if their lives depended on it. His correspondence with King Tushratta of Mitanni reads like an ongoing negotiation between a luxury car dealership and a very demanding customer. Tushratta sends his daughter Tadukipa to marry Amenhotep, and in return he expects gold. Lots of gold. Statues made of gold. Furniture covered in gold. Basically anything that could be gold-plated, gold-filled, or gold-adjacent. And Amenhotep delivers, because keeping Mitanni happy means keeping Egypt's northeastern border secure without having to station expensive military garrisons there. It's preventive diplomacy with a very hefty price tag. But here's where it gets interesting. Amenhotep III didn't just buy peace. He made sure everyone knew he'd bought it, and more importantly, that he could afford to keep buying it indefinitely. This wasn't charity, it was a power move. Every gold statue he sent, every marriage alliance he arranged, every trade agreement he negotiated was basically a flex. He was saying, look how rich I am. Look how stable my kingdom is. Look how I don't even need to fight you because I can just buy your alliance instead. It was the ancient equivalent of parking a Lamborghini in your driveway, completely impractical for actual transportation, but very effective at making a statement about your financial situation. And the other kingdoms got the message. They had to, because while they were scraping together resources to fight border wars and dealing with internal rebellions, Egypt was just sitting there being wealthy and stable and not having to worry about any of that nonsense. The psychological effect of this cannot be overstated. When you're a ruler of some middling Bronze Age kingdom, and you see Egypt casually throwing around enough gold to build temples and commission massive statues just for fun, you start doing the math on whether it's really worth trying to challenge them militarily. Spoiler, it wasn't. The cost-benefit analysis of attacking Egypt during Amenhotep III's reign looked terrible on paper. You'd spend enormous resources trying to invade a kingdom that was not only militarily powerful, but also had enough wealth to simply outlast any siege or campaign you could throw at them. Better to just accept the gold, marry off a princess and call it diplomacy. Now let's talk about how this gold actually made its way from the Nubian mines to the treasuries of foreign kings, because the logistics of ancient international gold trade are actually fascinating in a deeply nerdy way. Nubia, the region south of Egypt that roughly corresponds to modern-day Sudan, was absolutely packed with gold deposits. The ancient Egyptians called it NBW, which literally just means gold, and they weren't being creative with the name. They were being accurate. Archaeological evidence suggests that Nubia produced somewhere between 15 and 20 tons of gold per year during the New Kingdom period. To put that in perspective, that's enough gold to make roughly 300,000 wedding rings annually, though ancient Egyptians weren't exactly focused on the engagement jewellery market. The mining operations themselves were brutal. We're talking about sending workers into underground shafts in one of the hottest regions on Earth, with absolutely zero safety regulations and basically no technology beyond basic bronze tools and sheer human determination. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus described Egyptian gold mining in Nubia centuries later, and his account is basically a horror story with mineral extraction. According to him, workers included criminals, prisoners of war, and generally anyone unlucky enough to be on the wrong side of Egyptian justice. They worked in shifts around the clock, breaking up gold-bearing quartz with fire and bronze picks, hauling the broken rock to the surface, then grinding it down and washing it to separate the gold. The survival rate wasn't great, which unfortunately was considered an acceptable business cost in ancient economics. Not exactly a thriving workplace culture, but then again, neither was most of the ancient mining industry. But here's the thing. Despite the absolutely grim working conditions, the gold kept flowing. Tons and tons of it, year after year, decade after decade. And Amenhotep III made sure this gold was visible. He didn't hoard it in some vault like a dragon sitting on a treasure pile. He spent it strategically and showily. He built temples covered in gold leaf. He commissioned statues of himself, hundreds of them, many gilded with Nubian gold. He sent golden furniture to foreign rulers. He basically turned Egypt's wealth into a multimedia advertising campaign for Egyptian power. Every golden object was a reminder, Egypt has resources you can't match, stability you can't achieve, and wealth you can't imagine. The diplomatic correspondence from this era really drives home just how obsessed foreign rulers were with Egyptian gold. The letters read like a combination of political negotiations and really awkward hints about expensive gifts. King Kadashman Enlil of Babylon wrote to Amenhotep multiple times asking for gold. Not just gold, but specific amounts of gold. At one point he asked for enough gold to complete some construction project, then in another letter complains that the previous shipment wasn't enough, and could Amenhotep please send more? It's like watching someone hint about birthday presents, except the birthday presents are measured in talents of gold, and the relationship is between two of the most powerful empires in the Bronze Age world. And Amenhotep's responses are masterpieces of diplomatic deflection. He never actually says no. That would be rude and potentially dangerous to international relations. Instead, he sends gold, just maybe not as much as requested, or in a form that technically fulfills the request while not actually bankrupting the Egyptian treasury. When Kadashman Enlil complained about the gold-plated statues, Amenhotep's response was essentially, "My advisors tell me those statues were solid gold, and I'm sure my advisors wouldn't lie to me about something like that." Which is either genuinely believing your staff or plausible deniability taken to an art form. Either way, it kept Babylon happy-ish without completely emptying the treasury. But the real genius of Amenhotep's system wasn't just buying allies, it was making sure those allies stayed bought. See, a one-time payment of gold might get you temporary peace, but it doesn't guarantee long-term stability. What Amenhotep understood was that you needed to create ongoing relationships, continued dependencies. That's where the marriage alliances came in. By marrying foreign princesses and establishing family ties with other kingdoms, he created a web of relationships that made war significantly more complicated. It's a lot harder to invade Egypt when your sister or daughter is living there as a queen. Would you really risk her safety and status? Would you really want to put her in the awkward position of being trapped between her birth family and her adopted home? These aren't just theoretical questions, they're the exact calculations that ancient rulers had to make. The marriage system also created something else, competition. Multiple kingdoms were sending princesses to Egypt, which meant multiple kingdoms were competing for Egyptian favour and gold. If Mitanni got a huge shipment of gold for their princess, Babylon wanted equal or better treatment. If Babylon got special trade privileges, Ozawa wanted the same. Amenhotep essentially played these kingdoms off each other, not in an aggressive military sense, but in an economic and diplomatic one. He made being Egypt's ally prestigious and profitable, which meant kingdoms were incentivized to stay on good terms with him, rather than risk losing access to Egyptian wealth by causing trouble. Now you might be wondering, where was Amenhotep's actual wife in all of this? Because while we've been talking about all these foreign princesses being shipped to Egypt like diplomatic packages, there was one woman who held the title of Great Royal Wife, and her name was Tiye. And Tiye was not a foreign princess. She was Egyptian, probably from a wealthy but non-royal family, which makes her rise to Great Royal Wife even more remarkable. In a system where marriage was supposed to be about international alliances and political connections, Amenhotep married for something that might have actually been, and this is shocking in royal politics, personal preference. Tiye became one of the most powerful queens in Egyptian history. Her name appears alongside Amenhotep's in official inscriptions. She corresponded with foreign rulers. She was depicted in royal art at the same scale as the pharaoh, which was basically the ancient Egyptian way of saying, "This person is important and you need to respect them." Foreign rulers wrote to her directly, seeking her influence with Amenhotep. She basically became a power broker in her own right, which is impressive considering the whole system was theoretically designed around men making all the decisions. But Tiye was smart, politically savvy, and apparently had enough influence over Amenhotep that foreign kings figured going through her was a viable diplomatic strategy. The fact that Amenhotep elevated Tiye to such a prominent position, despite her non-royal background, tells us something interesting about his reign. He wasn't just blindly following tradition. He made strategic choices about who to empower and how to structure his government. The foreign princesses served a diplomatic function. They kept foreign kingdoms happy and maintained alliances. But Tiye was his actual partner in running Egypt, the person he trusted with real power and real influence. It was a weird system where political marriages were basically business transactions while the actual emotional and political partnership was something entirely separate. Not exactly the romantic ideal, but pretty standard for royal politics throughout history. The economic benefits of Amenhotep's peaceful diplomacy were enormous. War is expensive in ways that go beyond just military costs. You've got soldiers to feed and pay, weapons to manufacture, fortifications to maintain, and worst of all, you've got economic disruption. Trade routes get cut off. Agricultural workers get drafted into the military. Infrastructure gets destroyed. Even if you win your wars, you're still bleeding resources the entire time you're fighting them. Amenhotep's system avoided all of that. By maintaining peace through gold and marriage alliances, he kept trade routes open, agricultural production stable, and resources flowing into Egypt rather than being spent on military campaigns. The result was a period of prosperity that few ancient civilizations ever achieved. Egypt during Amenhotep III's reign was wealthy in a way that seemed almost absurd to contemporary observers. The archives from other kingdoms are full of awed references to Egyptian wealth. When foreign ambassadors visited Thebes, they wrote home describing buildings covered in gold, massive temples that seemed to stretch forever, and a level of artistic and architectural achievement that their home kingdoms couldn't match. Egypt wasn't just rich, it was aggressively, ostentatiously, almost insultingly wealthy. And Amenhotep made sure everyone knew it. But here's where we need to talk about the cost of all this golden diplomacy, because it wasn't just the gold itself. It was the system that produced the gold. Those Nubian mines didn't run themselves, and the workers in them weren't volunteers. The wealth that brought peace with Egypt's neighbours was extracted through forced labour and exploitation that would make a modern human rights organisation lose their minds. The gold that impressed foreign rulers and paid for magnificent temples was literally pulled from the earth by people who had no choice in the matter and no share in the wealth they helped create. This is the uncomfortable truth about ancient prosperity. It almost always came at someone's expense, and that someone was usually at the bottom of the social hierarchy with absolutely no power to change their situation. The same goes for the marriage system. We can admire the diplomatic cleverness of using marriage alliances to maintain peace. But let's not forget that the princesses involved were essentially being traded like commodities. They had no say in the matter. They were sent to foreign courts where they didn't speak the language, didn't know the customs, and had no power beyond what their family relationship could provide. Some of them probably adapted well and found ways to carve out positions of influence. Others probably spent their entire lives homesick and miserable in a palace full of strangers. The sources don't tell us much about their personal experiences, which honestly tells you everything you need to know about how much their personal experiences mattered to the people running this system. So when we talk about Amenhotep III's peaceful reign and his brilliant diplomacy, we're talking about a system that worked really well for him, reasonably well for the foreign kings who received gold, and probably not so well for everyone else involved in making that system function. The miners extracting gold had no choice. The princesses married for diplomacy had no choice. The workers building the temples and monuments had no choice. Amenhotep's golden age was built on the backs of people who never got to enjoy the prosperity they helped create, which unfortunately was standard practice for pretty much every ancient civilization we know about. But from a purely strategic standpoint, you have to admit the system was effective. For nearly 40 years, Amenhotep III kept one of the ancient world's largest empires stable, prosperous, and at peace. That's no small achievement, especially in an era when most rulers' reigns were measured in how many wars they won or territories they conquered. He proved you could maintain power and prestige through economics and diplomacy rather than military force. He created a template for soft power that rulers would try to emulate for centuries afterward, though few had access to Nubia's gold mines, which admittedly gave him a significant advantage in the buying peace department. The archaeological evidence of this prosperity is everywhere. Amenhotep III's building program was one of the most extensive in Egyptian history. He constructed the Malkata Palace complex on the west bank of Thebes, a sprawling administrative centre with residential quarters, workshops, temples, and even an artificial lake. He renovated and expanded the Temple of Luxor. He built a massive mortuary temple that was supposed to be the largest in Egypt, though we'll get to what happened to that particular project in a later chapter. He commissioned hundreds, possibly thousands, of statues of himself. Basically, if you were a stone carver or builder in Thebes during Amenhotep's reign, you had job security for life. All of this construction served multiple purposes. Yes, it was religious. Temples honoured the gods and secured divine favour. Yes, it was personal. Monuments ensured Amenhotep's name would be remembered forever, which was kind of a big deal in Egyptian culture. But it was also economic stimulus. All those construction projects employed thousands of workers. Stone had to be quarried, transported, and carved. Artists had to be commissioned. Administrators had to coordinate the logistics. Food and supplies had to be provided for everyone involved. It was basically an ancient jobs program that kept money flowing through the economy, while also producing magnificent art and architecture. Not a bad deal if you ignore the whole forced labour aspect that was probably involved in the more unpleasant parts of the construction process. The artificial lake at Malkata is particularly interesting because it shows Amenhotep thinking about more than just religious monuments. This wasn't a temple or a tomb, it was a pleasure lake, a massive artificial body of water built for festivals, royal events, and probably just because Amenhotep could afford to have a private lake if he wanted one. Ancient sources say he had it dug in just 15 days, which is either impressive project management or a complete exaggeration. Given that the lake was reportedly over a mile long and several hundred yards wide, 15 days seems optimistic. But even if it took months or years, the fact remains that Amenhotep decided he wanted a lake for parties and festivals, and he had enough resources and labour to make it happen. That's the definition of having more money than you know what to do with. The festivals held at Malkata were legendary. The celebration of the first Hebsed festival, a royal jubilee traditionally held after 30 years of rule, was apparently so extravagant that administrative records from the event survive to this day. There are lists of provisions, thousands of loaves of bread, hundreds of jars of beer and wine, massive quantities of meat from cattle, geese and other animals. The guest list included officials from across Egypt and foreign dignitaries. There were processions, religious ceremonies, feasting, and probably entertainment that would make a modern music festival look restrained by comparison. It was Amenhotep's way of saying, "I've been pharaoh for 30 years, Egypt is wealthy and powerful, and we're going to party about it for days on end whether you're ready or not." And here's the thing, foreign rulers showed up to these events. They sent representatives bearing gifts and tribute. They participated in the religious ceremonies. They ate the food, drank the wine, and went home with stories about Egyptian wealth and power. These festivals weren't just parties, they were diplomatic events. They were opportunities for foreign ambassadors to see Egypt's resources firsthand, to witness the scale of Amenhotep's building projects, to understand that challenging Egypt would be a truly terrible idea. Every festival was basically a very expensive advertisement for Egyptian supremacy, and Amenhotep made sure the production values were high enough that the message came through loud and clear. The religious aspect of all this wealth and building cannot be ignored, because religion and politics were inseparable in ancient Egypt. The gods, or more accurately the priests who claimed to speak for the gods, were major power players. Amenhotep couldn't just hoard wealth or spend it on personal luxuries without justifying it through religious devotion. Every temple he built, every statue he commissioned, every festival he held had to be framed as honouring the gods and maintaining cosmic order. This wasn't just cynical manipulation, though there was certainly some of that involved. Ancient Egyptians genuinely believed that their pharaoh was a living god, or at least a mediator between humans and the divine realm. Keeping the gods happy through temples and offerings and festivals was seen as essential to keeping Egypt prosperous and stable. So Amenhotep's building program served religious, political and economic purposes all at once. It honoured the gods, which kept the priests happy and maintained the pharaoh's divine legitimacy. It provided employment and economic activity, which kept the population fed and the economy humming along. And it created physical monuments to Egyptian power that would last for centuries, ensuring Amenhotep's legacy, while also intimidating potential enemies with visible proof of Egypt's resources. It was multi-purpose spending in the best possible way, assuming you don't think too hard about where all the labour and resources came from. The correspondence between Amenhotep and other rulers also reveals something interesting about ancient international relations. They were really concerned with protocol and respect. It wasn't enough to send gold or arrange marriages. You had to do it in the right way, with the proper formalities and acknowledgements of status. When one foreign king complained that Amenhotep hadn't sent enough gold for a building project, the underlying complaint was actually about respect. The king felt that he wasn't being treated as an equal, that Egypt was looking down on him. Amenhotep's response had to carefully balance several competing needs: maintain Egyptian superiority while not insulting the foreign king, provide enough gold to keep the alliance intact while not bankrupting the treasury, and establish precedent for future exchanges without committing to unsustainable levels of giving. It was like negotiating a salary with an employee, except the employee was a rival empire and the salary was measured in talents of gold. The Mitanni correspondence is particularly enlightening on this front. King Tushratta wrote multiple letters to Amenhotep that read like a very polite version of "so" about that gold you promised. He references previous gifts, mentions the marriage of his daughter to Amenhotep, and then not so subtly reminds the Egyptian pharaoh that Mitanni would really appreciate some gold right about now, preferably a lot of it, thanks. And these letters are fascinating because they reveal the transaction underneath the diplomatic language. Tushratta is saying, "I gave you my daughter, now pay up." But he can't say it that directly because that would be insulting to his daughter, disrespectful to Amenhotep, and generally bad form in international relations. So instead we get these elaborate letters full of flowery language and mutual respect that basically amount to sophisticated invoicing. The fact that these letters survived, they were part of the Amarna archive discovered in Egypt, gives us an incredibly rare window into ancient diplomacy. Most of what we know about ancient international relations comes from treaties, official inscriptions and military records. But this correspondence is more personal, more revealing about how these relationships actually functioned day to day. We get to see rulers complaining about previous shipments, haggling over gold amounts, and generally treating international diplomacy like a very high-stakes business negotiation, which, let's be honest, is exactly what it was. Another interesting aspect of Amenhotep's diplomacy was the one-directional nature of the marriage alliances. Egyptian princesses were never sent to foreign courts. It was always foreign princesses coming to Egypt, never the reverse. This was a firm rule, and when foreign rulers asked for Egyptian princesses in return, they were politely but firmly refused. Amenhotep made this absolutely clear in his correspondence. Egyptian women don't leave Egypt for marriage alliances. The message was clear. Egypt was the superior power in these relationships. We'll accept your women, we'll send you gold, but don't expect reciprocity because we're not equals here. It was a power move disguised as diplomatic protocol, and every foreign ruler understood exactly what it meant. This one-sided marriage system also had practical benefits beyond just asserting dominance. By keeping Egyptian royal women in Egypt, Amenhotep avoided creating potential succession problems. If an Egyptian princess married a foreign king and had children, those children could theoretically have claims to both thrones. That's the kind of dynastic complication that leads to civil wars and succession crises. By ensuring all marriage ties went in one direction, Amenhotep kept Egyptian succession relatively straightforward, while still getting the diplomatic benefits of royal marriages. It was smart policy, even if it was also kind of arrogant. The scale of this diplomatic system is hard to fully appreciate from our modern perspective. We're used to international relations involving hundreds of countries, complex international organizations and global supply chains. But in the Bronze Age, the number of major powers was limited. You had Egypt, the Hittite Empire, Babylon, Assyria, Mitanni, and a handful of smaller kingdoms. These weren't just political entities. They were personal relationships between specific rulers who wrote letters to each other, sent gifts, and maintained alliances through direct communication. When Amenhotep died, his diplomatic relationships didn't automatically transfer to his successor. They had to be renegotiated, re-established, built up again from scratch. It was a much more personal, relationship-driven system than what we're used to in modern international relations. And here's the kicker, it worked. For almost 4 decades, Amenhotep III maintained peace across Egypt's borders through this system of gold diplomacy and marriage alliances. There were no major wars during his reign. No massive invasions, no lengthy military campaigns, no desperate battles for survival. Egypt was stable, prosperous, and secure. From a purely results-oriented perspective, you can't argue with success. He proved that you don't need constant warfare to maintain a powerful empire, at least not if you have enough gold to make warfare unnecessary. But as we'll see in the coming chapters, this peaceful prosperity came with a price that wouldn't be fully apparent until after Amenhotep's death. The system he built was dependent on specific conditions: vast gold reserves, stable relations with neighbouring kingdoms, and a general recognition of Egyptian superiority that kept potential enemies from testing Egypt's military strength. Once those conditions changed, when gold became scarcer, when new threats emerged, when Egypt's apparent invulnerability was challenged, the whole system would start to unravel. But that's a story for later. For now, in the golden years of Amenhotep III's reign, everything seemed stable, prosperous, and permanent. The gold flowed, the temples rose, the foreign princesses arrived with their diplomatic baggage, and Egypt stood unchallenged as the wealthiest civilization in the known world. And if you were a pharaoh in the ancient Bronze Age, honestly, what more could you want? Well, besides a more ethical labour system, some concept of women's rights, and maybe central heating for those chilly desert nights. But Amenhotep wasn't exactly losing sleep over those particular modern concerns. The mechanics of actually moving all this gold around the ancient world deserve their own discussion, because it's not like Amenhotep could just wire transfer a few $1 million worth of gold to Babylon. Ancient logistics were complicated, slow, and required the kind of planning that would make a modern shipping company executive weep with frustration. When a foreign king requested gold, that gold had to be physically transported from Egypt to wherever the king was located. This meant organising caravans, hiring guards, mapping routes through potentially dangerous territory, and hoping nobody along the way decided that stealing the gold was worth the inevitable Egyptian retaliation. The journey from Egypt to Babylon, for instance, took months. Caravans had to cross hundreds of miles of desert, navigate political boundaries, deal with bandits and local rulers who wanted their cut for safe passage, and somehow arrive with the cargo intact. The fact that this system worked at all is honestly impressive. The fact that it worked reliably enough to maintain diplomatic relationships for decades is borderline miraculous. Ancient supply chain management doesn't get enough credit for keeping entire civilizations connected, despite having no modern transportation, no instant communication, and no GPS to tell them they'd taken a wrong turn 3 days ago. And these weren't small shipments we're talking about. When a foreign king asked for enough gold to complete a temple or palace, that could mean tons of gold, literally tons, being transported across the ancient Near East. The logistics alone must have been nightmarish. How do you pack that much gold for transport? How many guards do you need to protect a shipment valuable enough to buy a small kingdom? What happens if the caravan gets delayed by weather or political problems? All of these were real concerns that Egyptian administrators had to manage, and somehow they did it well enough that the system kept functioning year after year. The security arrangements for these gold shipments must have been intense, though the sources don't give us many details. We can assume that Egypt didn't just hand over tons of gold to some random merchants and say, "See you in Babylon in 6 months, hopefully." There would have been armed guards, probably quite a few of them. There would have been officials to oversee the transport and verify delivery. There would have been diplomatic communications to prepare the route. Letters sent ahead to various rulers along the way saying, "A valuable shipment is coming through. Please don't rob it, or we'll be very disappointed in you." The whole operation was probably more complex than we can fully appreciate from the surviving records. The political implications of these shipments were also significant. Every time a caravan of Egyptian gold passed through a kingdom's territory, it was a reminder of Egyptian wealth and power. Local rulers saw firsthand just how much gold Egypt could casually send as a diplomatic gift. It was intimidation through conspicuous consumption, and it probably worked pretty well. If you're a minor king watching several tons of Egyptian gold pass through your territory, on its way to Babylon, you're probably not thinking, "I should attack Egypt." You're thinking, "I should definitely not attack Egypt because they can apparently afford to give away more gold than my entire kingdom is worth." But let's talk about what happened when things went wrong, because they inevitably did. Ancient logistics being what they were, shipments got delayed, lost or stolen. When that happened, it created diplomatic problems that required careful management. If a gold shipment to Babylon went missing, whose fault was it? Did Egyptian security fail? Did Babylonian guards fail to meet the caravan as agreed? Did some third party steal it? And most importantly, who was responsible for replacing it? These questions could strain even friendly relationships, which is probably why the diplomatic correspondence is full of very careful language about gold shipments and their status. There's one particularly interesting exchange in the Amarna letters, where a Babylonian king complains that a previous gold shipment was weighed in the presence of Egyptian officials, but not Babylonian witnesses, and therefore he's not sure he received the correct amount. The tone of the letter is diplomatic but firm, essentially saying, "I'm not accusing you of cheating me, but also I'd like to be present for the weighing next time, just to be sure." Amenhotep's response agrees to this arrangement, probably because fighting over weighing procedures was less expensive than fighting over territory. But it shows how even successful diplomatic relationships required constant attention to detail and management of expectations. The whole gold diplomacy system also created an interesting economic dynamic. By flooding the international market with Egyptian gold, Amenhotep was essentially controlling the gold supply for the entire ancient Near East. This gave Egypt enormous economic leverage. If you wanted gold, and everybody wanted gold, you had to stay on good terms with Egypt. This wasn't just about individual shipments, it was about access to a resource that no other kingdom could match. Babylon had some gold, Mitanni had some gold, but Egypt had the Nubian mines, which meant Egypt had the gold supply, which meant Egypt could use that supply as an instrument of foreign policy. Think about how oil works in modern geopolitics, and you'll get a sense of how gold worked in the ancient Bronze Age. The kingdoms that control oil production have disproportionate influence because everyone needs oil. Similarly, Egypt controlled gold production, and everyone wanted gold. The difference was that gold was even more important in the ancient world than oil is in the modern world, because gold was literally the basis of wealth and international exchange. There was no alternative resource. You couldn't substitute something else for gold the way you might substitute coal or nuclear power for oil. If you wanted to be wealthy and powerful in the Bronze Age, you needed gold, and Egypt had it. This economic leverage extended beyond just gold shipments. Egyptian trade goods, luxury items, specialty products, artistic works became highly valued throughout the ancient Near East. When foreign rulers wanted the best furniture, the finest artwork, the most impressive luxury goods, they looked to Egypt. This created yet another form of dependency. Egyptian craftsmen became the standard for quality and style. Egyptian products set trends that other kingdoms tried to emulate. It was cultural influence through economic dominance, and it reinforced Egypt's position at the center of Bronze Age civilization. The ripple effects of this economic system spread far beyond the kingdoms that directly corresponded with Amenhotep. Smaller kingdoms and city-states that couldn't compete for Egyptian attention still felt the influence of Egyptian wealth. They traded with kingdoms that received Egyptian gold. They adopted Egyptian styles and artistic conventions. They oriented their diplomacy around the Egypt-centered network of relationships that Amenhotep had built. Egypt wasn't just wealthy, it was the axis around which the entire regional economy turned. Remove Egypt from the picture and the whole system would collapse. But with Egypt stable and prosperous, everyone else had incentives to maintain the status quo. Now here's where we need to acknowledge something that might seem obvious, but is actually really important. This entire system was built on the assumption that the gold would keep flowing. As long as the Nubian mines kept producing, as long as Egyptian control over Nubia remained secure, as long as the supply chain kept functioning, the whole diplomatic and economic structure could continue indefinitely. But that's a lot of as longs. Any disruption to the gold supply, rebellion in Nubia, mining disasters, depletion of easily accessible deposits would threaten the entire system. And in the ancient world, supply chains were fragile things that could break for any number of reasons. Amenhotep's reign was blessed with stable gold production. The mines kept producing, the workers kept mining, the supply chain kept functioning. But this stability was maintained through systems we've already discussed: forced labour, military control of Nubian territory, and probably a fair amount of brutality when workers or local populations got rebellious. The gold wasn't just lying around waiting to be picked up. It required constant effort, constant management, and constant application of state power to keep the supply flowing. This is another one of those uncomfortable truths about ancient prosperity. It required tremendous amounts of coercion and violence to maintain, even during peaceful periods. The workers in the Nubian mines weren't the only people whose labour supported this system. Egyptian craftsmen who worked with the gold, administrators who managed the shipments, soldiers who guarded the caravans, officials who negotiated with foreign powers, all of these people were essential to making gold diplomacy work. And while the pharaoh and foreign kings got all the glory, these workers and officials did the actual work of maintaining international relations. Their names don't appear in the diplomatic correspondence. Their stories weren't preserved in official inscriptions. But without them, the entire system would have collapsed instantly. Let's also talk about the warehousing and storage of all this gold before it got shipped out. Egypt must have had extensive facilities for storing gold reserves, treasuries with security measures, inventories to track what was coming in from the mines and what was going out to foreign kingdoms, administrators to manage it all. We know from later periods that Egyptian temples served as banks, storing wealth for the pharaoh and sometimes for private individuals. During Amenhotep's reign, these temple treasuries must have been overflowing with gold waiting to be sent to foreign rulers or used for domestic building projects. The amount of gold in circulation was staggering, and managing it all required sophisticated administrative systems that don't get much attention in the surviving sources, but must have been impressive in their own right. The artistic uses of Egyptian gold also deserve mention. Egyptian craftsmen were masters at working with gold, creating jewellery, furniture, decorative objects, and architectural elements that showcased their technical skill and artistic vision. When foreign rulers received Egyptian gold objects, they weren't just getting raw materials, they were getting finished products that demonstrated Egyptian technological and artistic superiority. This was soft power through aesthetics. Every beautifully crafted golden chair or expertly designed piece of jewellery was a reminder that Egypt didn't just have gold, it had the craftsmen who could turn that gold into objects that no one else could match. The surviving artwork from Amenhotep's reign shows Egyptian craftsmen working with gold in ways that push the boundaries of what we might think possible with Bronze Age technology. They could create thin sheets of gold leaf that weighed almost nothing but covered large surfaces. They could hammer gold into complex shapes, create delicate filigree work, and combine gold with other materials, stone, glass, wood, to create composite objects of stunning beauty. These technical skills gave Egyptian gold products a value beyond just their material worth. They were prestigious objects that foreign rulers wanted not just because they were gold, but because they were Egyptian gold worked by Egyptian craftsmen. This technical excellence in metalworking extended beyond just gold. Egyptian craftsmen were also skilled at working with silver, copper, bronze, and other metals. But gold was special because of its rarity, its resistance to tarnishing, and its association with the divine. In Egyptian religious symbolism, gold was the flesh of the gods. The sun god Ra was believed to have golden skin. Covering objects or buildings in gold wasn't just decoration, it was making them divine, connecting them to the realm of the gods. When Amenhotep covered his temples in gold leaf, he wasn't just showing off, though he was definitely doing that too. He was making theological statements about the gods' presence and favour. The religious dimension of gold also affected how it was used in diplomacy. When Amenhotep sent gold to foreign rulers, he was sharing something that Egyptians considered divine. This wasn't just economic exchange, it was a kind of religious gift-giving that implied Egyptian favour and spiritual superiority. Foreign rulers who received Egyptian gold were being brought into the Egyptian religious and cosmic order, at least symbolically. They were being given access to divine materials, which implied that Egypt had a closer relationship with the gods than other kingdoms. It was religious diplomacy disguised as economic exchange, and it reinforced Egyptian ideological claims about their special relationship with the divine realm. The scale of Amenhotep's gift-giving was sometimes almost comically excessive. One inscription describes him giving away what would be, in modern terms, millions of dollars worth of gold at a single religious festival. We're talking about quantities of gold that would make a modern central bank nervous. But for Amenhotep, this wasn't reckless spending. It was calculated display of power. He was showing everyone present, both Egyptian and foreign observers, that Egypt had so much gold that the pharaoh could give it away in quantities that would bankrupt other kingdoms. It was the ancient equivalent of Elon Musk buying Twitter just to prove he could. A flex of resources so extreme that it made opposition seem pointless. But here's something interesting. Despite all this gold being shipped around the ancient world, despite all the temples and monuments being covered in gold leaf, despite all the golden gifts and diplomatic shipments, Egyptian gold reserves never seemed to run out during Amenhotep's reign. The mines kept producing, the treasury kept filling, the gold kept flowing. This suggests either that the Nubian mines were incredibly productive, true, that Egyptian administrators were very good at managing resources, probably true, or that the amounts of gold actually being given away were less than the dramatic inscriptions suggest, also probably true. Ancient propaganda was still propaganda, and pharaohs had motivations to exaggerate their generosity and wealth in official records. Still, even allowing for exaggeration, the evidence suggests that Egypt during Amenhotep's reign really was extraordinarily wealthy by ancient standards. The archaeological record backs this up. The sheer scale of building projects, the quality of artistic work, the extent of trade networks, all of this points to a civilization with resources to spare. Egypt during this period wasn't just getting by or maintaining stability through careful management of limited resources. It was genuinely prosperous in ways that gave it tremendous advantages over its neighbours, and Amenhotep leveraged this prosperity brilliantly. He understood that wealth wasn't just about accumulation, it was about using resources strategically to achieve political goals. Every diplomatic marriage, every gold shipment, every international gift was calculated to maintain Egypt's position of dominance without needing to resort to military force. This was sophisticated statecraft that required understanding not just of Egyptian resources, but of foreign kingdoms' needs, desires, and political situations. Amenhotep or his advisors, and let's be honest, he probably had very capable advisors helping with all this, managed to thread the needle of keeping multiple kingdoms happy enough to stay peaceful, while never giving away so much that Egypt's position was weakened. The psychological warfare aspect of this strategy can't be overstated. Every foreign ruler who received Egyptian gold, Every ambassador who visited Thebes and saw the wealth on display, every merchant who traded in Egyptian goods, they all went home with stories. They told people about Egyptian prosperity. They described temples covered in gold and festivals that lasted for days. They talked about a pharaoh who could afford to give away fortunes as diplomatic gifts. This created a reputation that preceded any military action. Kingdoms that might have considered challenging Egypt had to weigh their decision against not just Egypt's military capabilities, but also its apparent unlimited resources. The reputation for wealth became a form of deterrence in itself. This is why Amenhotep's building projects were so important beyond just religious or personal motivations. Every massive temple, every colossal statue, every monumental construction project was a billboard advertising Egyptian power. When foreign ambassadors visited and saw these monuments, they understood immediately that Egypt had resources their kingdoms couldn't match. The monuments weren't just about honouring the gods or ensuring Amenhotep's immortality, though they served those purposes too. They were strategic communications, physical embodiments of Egyptian superiority that intimidated potential enemies and impressed potential allies. The Colossi of Memnon that we mentioned at the beginning, those massive statues that still stand today, were originally flanking the entrance to Amenhotep's mortuary temple. They were each about 60 feet tall and weighed hundreds of tons. Getting them to the construction site required transporting massive blocks of quartzite from quarries hundreds of miles away, then carving them into human form, then somehow raising them into place. The logistics and labour involved were staggering. And Amenhotep did this not once but twice, because apparently one 60-foot-tall statue of yourself isn't quite enough to make the desired impression. The Colossi were visible from across the Nile, a permanent reminder to everyone who passed by that Egypt had resources to spend on projects that were, let's be honest, kind of ridiculously impractical, but very, very impressive. And this is ultimately what Amenhotep's golden age was about, creating and maintaining an image of Egyptian supremacy so overwhelming that challenging it seemed pointless. The gold, the diplomatic marriages, the monumental architecture, the artistic achievements, all of it contributed to a narrative that Egypt was not just powerful but unassailable. It was a form of what modern strategists would call deterrence through demonstrated capability. Egypt didn't need to constantly fight wars to prove it was strong. It just needed to look so obviously, overwhelmingly wealthy and powerful, that wars seemed like a terrible investment of resources. For nearly 40 years this strategy worked perfectly. Egypt remained at peace, not because other kingdoms loved peace, but because challenging Egypt didn't make economic or political sense. The cost-benefit analysis always came out against war, and in favour of maintaining the diplomatic relationships that brought Egyptian gold and trade goods. Amenhotep achieved through economics and psychology what many other pharaohs tried to achieve through military conquest: absolute dominance over Egypt's regional rivals. And he did it while actually being less aggressive militarily than most of his predecessors, which is either ironic or brilliant depending on how you look at it. The specific mechanics of how these diplomatic relationships played out day to day is worth examining more closely, because the devil is in the details, and those details tell us a lot about how ancient international relations actually functioned. Take the relationship with Mitanni, for example. This wasn't just a simple exchange of princess for gold, it was a complex multi-generational relationship that involved multiple marriages, extensive correspondence, mutual gift-giving beyond just gold, and careful negotiation of status and prestige. When Tushrata's daughter Tadukipa arrived in Egypt to marry Amenhotep, and she was quite young when this happened, because ancient royal marriages were disturbingly pragmatic about age, she brought with her a massive dowry. Not just personal possessions, but diplomatic gifts meant to cement the alliance. Furniture, textiles, jewellery, decorative objects, an entire household's worth of luxury goods travelled with her from Mitanni to Egypt. And here's where it gets interesting. Tushrata kept meticulous records of what he sent. His letters to Amenhotep include detailed inventories of the gifts accompanying his daughter. We're talking about lists that specify exactly how many golden chairs, how many silver bowls, how many pieces of decorated furniture were included in the dowry. Why the detailed record-keeping? Because Tushrata wanted to make absolutely sure that Amenhotep understood the value of what Mitanni was giving. It was like keeping receipts for diplomatic exchanges, except the receipts were clay tablets that would survive for 3,000 years so modern archaeologists could read them and go, wow, that's a lot of furniture. Amenhotep's response was to send even more valuable gifts in return, because ancient diplomatic one-upmanship was apparently a real thing. He couldn't let Mitanni think Egypt was being stingy or unable to match their generosity. So back across the ancient Near East went Egyptian caravans loaded with gold, Egyptian furniture, Egyptian luxury goods, and probably some animals, because exotic animals were popular diplomatic gifts in the Bronze Age. Nothing says our kingdoms are allied, quite like sending someone a collection of dangerous wild animals that they now have to figure out how to keep alive and properly housed. Really, it was the ancient equivalent of gifting someone a puppy without asking if they actually wanted a puppy, except the puppy was a lion or leopard and definitely could kill you if you messed up the feeding schedule. The gift exchanges created their own economic ecosystem. Craftsmen in both Egypt and Mitanni were kept busy creating diplomatic gifts. Administrators had to source materials, coordinate production, arrange transport, and track everything to make sure nothing went missing along the way. These weren't one-time transactions. They were ongoing relationships that required constant maintenance. Every marriage was followed by years of gift exchanges, letters, diplomatic visits, and mutual reassurances of friendship. It was exhausting just to maintain, never mind actually accomplish anything political with the relationships. But this exhausting maintenance was exactly the point. By keeping foreign kingdoms constantly engaged in diplomatic correspondence, gift exchanges, and relationship management, Amenhotep kept them too busy to seriously consider war. It's hard to organize a military campaign against Egypt when you're in the middle of negotiating the details of your next diplomatic gift shipment to Thebes. The bureaucracy of peace became a form of warfare prevention, not because it made war impossible, but because it made war seem like way too much effort compared to just maintaining the profitable status quo. The economic benefits extended beyond just preventing war. These diplomatic relationships created trade networks that enriched both Egypt and its partners. Luxury goods flowed in multiple directions. Egyptian products traveled north and east. Foreign specialties came to Egypt. Merchants followed the diplomatic roads, knowing that stable relationships between kingdoms meant safer trade routes and better business conditions. The diplomatic system created economic infrastructure that benefited way more people than just the pharaoh and foreign kings. Merchants, craftsmen, transporters, guards, administrators, all of them had economic interests in maintaining peaceful diplomatic relationships. This is something we often miss when studying ancient history. We focus on kings and wars and big political events. But underneath all of that were economic systems that affected how millions of people lived their daily lives. When Amenhotep maintained peace with Mitanni, it wasn't just an abstract political achievement. It meant Egyptian merchants could safely trade in Mitanni territory. It meant Mitanni products could enter Egyptian markets. It meant craftsmen on both sides had steady work producing goods for trade and diplomatic exchange. The peace dividend was real and substantial, even if most of the people benefiting from it never appeared in official records or royal inscriptions. The cultural exchanges that came with diplomatic relationships were also significant. When foreign princesses arrived in Egypt, they brought their own culture, languages, religious practices, and artistic traditions. The Egyptian court during Amenhotep's reign must have been remarkably cosmopolitan for the ancient world. You had Egyptian officials, foreign princesses and their retinues, visiting dignitaries, merchants from across the Near East, all rubbing shoulders in Thebes and other Egyptian cities. This cultural mixing influenced Egyptian art, architecture, even language. We see foreign words appearing in Egyptian texts from this period. We see artistic styles that blend Egyptian and foreign elements. The Golden Age wasn't just economically prosperous, it was culturally dynamic in ways that enriched Egyptian civilization. But let's not romanticize this too much. The foreign princesses might have brought interesting cultural influences, but they were still essentially hostages to diplomatic relationships. If relations between Egypt and their home kingdoms soured, their positions became precarious. They were valuable as symbols of alliance, but that value could turn into vulnerability if politics shifted. And they were isolated in many ways, far from home, surrounded by a foreign culture, probably struggling with the language and customs, with their value tied entirely to maintaining relationships between kingdoms they couldn't directly control. It's not a position anyone would choose if they had actual choice in the matter. The children born from these diplomatic marriages created their own complexities. They were half Egyptian, half foreign, with potential claims to both thrones depending on succession laws and political circumstances. Amenhotep's children with foreign princesses had to navigate complicated identities. Were they Egyptian? Were they Mitanni or Babylonian? Their loyalties could be questioned by both sides. In practice, most of them were probably raised as fully Egyptian, their foreign heritage acknowledged but ultimately secondary to their Egyptian royal status. But the potential for succession disputes and conflicting loyalties was always there, another thread of complexity in the diplomatic web Amenhotep had woven. The religious implications of these international marriages also created interesting situations. Foreign princesses worshipped different gods using different rituals. When they arrived in Egypt, did they continue their home religious practices? Did they adopt Egyptian religion? The evidence suggests a pragmatic compromise. They probably continued some private worship of their native gods, while publicly participating in Egyptian religious ceremonies. This religious tolerance was necessary for diplomatic relationships to work, but it must have created some weird situations. Picture a major Egyptian religious festival where foreign princesses are participating in rituals to gods they weren't raised worshipping, for a religion they don't fully believe in, because diplomatic protocol requires their presence. It was ancient political theatre, and everyone involved understood they were playing roles for public consumption. The scribes who managed all this diplomatic correspondence deserve special mention, because without them, none of this would have worked. The Amarna letters that preserve so much information about Amenhotep's diplomacy were written by scribes who had to be fluent in multiple languages, understand diplomatic protocols, and translate complex political concepts between different cultural frameworks. They were the glue holding international relations together, and they did it with technology, cuneiform writing on clay tablets, that was already ancient by this period. These weren't just people copying down what kings dictated. They were skilled professionals who shaped how messages were conveyed, who understood the nuance of diplomatic language, who could turn a potentially insulting statement into an acceptably phrased request. The training required to become a scribe capable of handling international correspondence must have been extensive. You needed to learn multiple writing systems, Egyptian hieroglyphics and hieratic script, plus cuneiform for international communication. You needed to know multiple languages, Egyptian, Akkadian, the diplomatic lingua franca, and probably at least some Mitanni, Babylonian, and other regional languages. You needed to understand diplomatic protocol, legal formulas, proper forms of address for different rulers. It was years of training to become competent, and probably a lifetime of learning to become truly expert. These scribes were among the most educated people in the ancient world, and they were absolutely essential to making Amenhotep's diplomatic system function. But let's talk about what happened when diplomatic messages got lost, mistranslated, or misunderstood, because ancient communication was far from perfect. Messages took months to arrive. Clay tablets could break during transport. Scribes could make errors in translation. Kings could misinterpret what was being communicated. The Amarna letters include several examples of diplomatic misunderstandings that had to be carefully smoothed over. One foreign king complains that an Egyptian messenger treated him disrespectfully. Another protests that gifts he sent to Egypt weren't properly acknowledged. These seem like minor issues, but in a system where everything depended on maintaining relationships and respecting protocol, even small miscommunications could escalate into major diplomatic problems. Amenhotep's skill, or rather the skill of his diplomatic advisors, was in managing these situations without letting them explode into actual conflicts. When a foreign king complained about perceived disrespect, Egyptian responses were carefully crafted to acknowledge the concern without admitting fault, to promise better communication in the future without accepting blame for the past. It was diplomatic tap dancing, the ancient art of saying, "We hear your concerns and will definitely take them under advisement," while not actually committing to changing anything fundamental. Modern politicians would recognize the technique immediately. The economic cost of maintaining this diplomatic system was substantial, but probably cheaper than constant warfare. Yes, Egypt sent out tons of gold and luxury goods every year. Yes, maintaining diplomatic correspondence and embassies required resources. Yes, hosting foreign dignitaries and their retinues cost money. But compare that to the cost of maintaining massive armies, fighting regular campaigns, dealing with the economic disruption of warfare, and you start to see why Amenhotep's system made financial sense. It was expensive, but war was more expensive, especially when you factored in the unpredictable costs of military losses and territorial disruptions. The domestic Egyptian response to all this diplomatic activity is something we don't hear much about in the sources, but it must have been significant. Ordinary Egyptians saw foreign princesses and dignitaries in their cities. They heard about massive gold shipments being sent abroad. They watched resources being dedicated to international relationships rather than domestic projects. How did they feel about this? The sources don't really tell us, because ordinary people's opinions rarely make it into official records. But we can speculate that reactions were mixed. Some probably took pride in Egypt's international prestige and the visible proof of Egyptian superiority. Others probably resented seeing wealth leave Egypt when there were domestic needs to address. This tension between international prestige and domestic concerns is hardly unique to ancient Egypt. It's a political challenge that every powerful nation faces. What we do know is that Amenhotep's system maintained popular support, or at least didn't generate enough opposition to threaten his reign. This suggests that most Egyptians either approved of his diplomatic approach or were at least willing to tolerate it as long as Egypt remained prosperous and stable. The visible benefits, peace, economic prosperity, monumental building projects that provided employment, probably outweighed concerns about gold being sent to foreign kingdoms. And Amenhotep was smart enough to ensure that his diplomatic spending didn't come at the expense of domestic investment. He didn't choose between foreign diplomacy and domestic building projects. He did both simultaneously because Egypt was wealthy enough to afford both. This ability to pursue multiple expensive policies at once is really the key to understanding Amenhotep's success. He didn't have to make the kind of difficult choices that constrained other rulers. He could send gold to Babylon and build massive temples in Thebes. He could host elaborate festivals and maintain diplomatic correspondence with half a dozen kingdoms. He could commission hundreds of statues and pay for the construction of an artificial lake for parties. The wealth flowing from Nubia's gold mines gave him options that other rulers simply didn't have, and he exercised those options with enthusiasm bordering on excess. But this brings us back to the fundamental fragility of the entire system. Remove the gold and everything else collapses. The diplomatic relationships were built on Egypt's ability to provide resources that other kingdoms wanted. The monumental architecture required continuous funding. The elaborate festivals needed constant material support. The international prestige depended on visible demonstrations of wealth. All of it, every single aspect of Amenhotep's golden age, relied on gold continuing to flow from the Nubian mines at rates sufficient to support everything else. It was a prosperity built on a single resource, and that's always a vulnerable position, even if nobody realized it at the time. Amenhotep himself probably never worried about this vulnerability. Why would he? The gold had always flowed. The mines had always produced. Egypt had always been wealthy. From his perspective, these were simply facts of existence, as reliable as the Nile flooding every year or the sun rising in the east. The idea that the gold might run out, that the mines might become less productive, that political instability might disrupt the supply chain, these probably seemed like distant theoretical concerns that didn't require immediate attention. After all, he had more practical things to worry about, like which foreign princess to marry next and whether his latest statue was appropriately colossal. But as we'll see in future chapters, this assumption of permanent prosperity was exactly what made the system vulnerable. When conditions changed, when new threats emerged, when resources became scarcer, when Egyptian weakness became apparent, the whole carefully constructed system of golden diplomacy would start to crack. The diplomatic relationships that seemed so stable when backed by unlimited gold would prove much more fragile when the gold supply became constrained. The international prestige built on conspicuous consumption would fade when Egypt could no longer afford to be conspicuous. And the peace maintained through economic dominance would shatter when that dominance was challenged. But that's a problem for Amenhotep's successors to deal with. During his reign, the gold flowed, the peace held, and Egypt stood unchallenged as the wealthiest civilization in the ancient world. He turned diplomatic relationships into an art form, marriage alliances into political strategy, and gold into a weapon more powerful than any army his predecessors had commanded. Not a bad legacy for a pharaoh who supposedly wasn't great at warfare. Turns out you don't need to be great at warfare when you're great at everything else, at least not until you run out of gold to buy your way out of military confrontations. Which fortunately for Amenhotep never happened during his nearly 40-year reign. He got to be the pharaoh who proved that wealth and diplomacy could substitute for military conquest, who showed that soft power could maintain an empire as effectively as hard power, who demonstrated that sometimes the best way to defeat your enemies is to make them too economically dependent on you to risk becoming actual enemies. It was brilliant strategy with an expiration date nobody could see, which is honestly the most dangerous kind of success, the kind that works so well for so long that everyone forgets it might not work forever. So Amenhotep III had all this gold, all this diplomatic success, all this peace and prosperity. What does a pharaoh do with unlimited resources and no wars to fight? If you guessed build the most absurdly oversized mortuary temple in Egyptian history, congratulations, you understand ancient royal psychology. Because that's exactly what he did. And when I say oversized, I'm not talking about a temple that's a bit larger than necessary. I'm talking about a complex that covered 86 acres. For those of you who don't think in acres, that's roughly 65 football fields, or about 40 city blocks, or if you prefer more relatable measurements, approximately the size of 50 Costco warehouses. For a tomb. Well, technically a mortuary temple, but the point stands. This was excessive even by pharaonic standards. The complex was called the Temple of Millions of Years, which is either poetic or incredibly optimistic about construction durability, depending on your perspective. It was located on the west bank of the Nile at Thebes, in the area we now call the Theban necropolis, where Egyptian royalty had been building their eternal resting places for centuries. But Amenhotep looked at all the other royal mortuary temples and basically said, "That's cute, but what if we made one that's bigger than some actual cities?" And his architects, who probably wanted to keep their jobs and possibly their heads, said, "Absolutely, Your Majesty, great idea. Let's get started on your city-sized tomb immediately." The sheer scale of this project is hard to comprehend from modern perspectives. We're used to big buildings, skyscrapers, shopping malls, airport terminals. But this was the Bronze Age. The tallest structures most people ever saw were maybe 3 or 4 stories high. Construction technology consisted of human muscle, copper tools, and really hoping your engineering calculations were correct because you couldn't exactly run computer simulations before building. And into this technological context, Amenhotep decided to build a complex that would require decades of labor, thousands of workers, and more stone than most kingdoms used in a century. It was the ancient equivalent of someone in the 1800s deciding to build a space station. Technically possible with enough resources and determination, but completely insane from any practical standpoint. The complex wasn't just one big temple building. It was an entire compound with multiple structures, each serving different functions. There was the main temple building, obviously, where religious ceremonies honoring Amenhotep would be conducted after his death. But around that were administrative buildings, warehouses for storing supplies and offerings, workshops where craftsmen created the items needed for daily rituals, housing for the priests who would maintain the cult, kitchens to prepare offerings for the gods, gardens to grow ritual plants and provide pleasant surroundings, and even artificial lakes or pools because apparently even dead pharaohs needed scenic water features. It was less a tomb and more a self-contained city, whose entire purpose was maintaining the eternal memory and cult of one extremely ambitious ruler. Let's talk about the entrance, because Amenhotep understood that first impressions matter even for buildings that most people would only see from a distance. The main entrance was flanked by the Colossi of Memnon, those 2 massive seated statues we mentioned earlier. Each one was about 60 feet tall, roughly the height of a 6-story building, carved from single blocks of quartzite that weighed around 700 tons each. Just getting the stone from the quarries to the construction site was an engineering challenge that would make modern project managers cry into their Gantt charts. The quarries were near modern-day Cairo, over 400 miles north of Thebes, so someone had to figure out how to transport 2 700-ton stone blocks 400 miles down the Nile, then somehow get them from the river to the construction site, then raise them into sitting positions, all without modern machinery, hydraulic lifts, or even the wheel for heavy transport. Egyptian engineering was operating on pure stubbornness and an unlimited labour supply. The method they used, as far as we can reconstruct from archaeological evidence and experimental archaeology, involved cutting the stone blocks at the quarry, loading them onto boats during the Nile's high water season when the river could handle the weight, floating them downstream to Thebes, then using ramps, rollers, and thousands of workers to move them from the riverbank to the temple site. Once there, they used earth ramps and lever systems to raise the statues into position. The entire process probably took years and required coordination between quarry workers, boat builders, sailors, engineers, labourers, and supervisors. It was the ancient equivalent of a NASA mission, except instead of going to space, they were just moving really, really heavy rocks from one part of Egypt to another. Less glamorous, but honestly just as impressive given the technology available. And these statues weren't just impressive for their size. They were carved with incredible detail. Facial features, clothing folds, hieroglyphic inscriptions, everything rendered with precision on a scale that most people today would need scaffolding and power tools to attempt. The sculptors who worked on these monuments were operating at the absolute peak of Egyptian artistic and technical achievement. They had to understand not just how to carve stone, but how to carve it at a scale where normal techniques wouldn't work. You can't just take your regular statue carving methods and scale them up to 60 feet. The tools, the techniques, the physical approach, everything had to be reimagined for colossal scale. And somehow, they figured it out, because there the statues still stand, 33 centuries later, still massive, still impressive, still making modern visitors feel appropriately insignificant. Behind the colossi was the first courtyard, which was itself larger than most temples' entire footprint. We're talking about an open space that could hold thousands of people for religious festivals and ceremonies. The floor was paved with stone, not just any stone, but carefully cut and fitted limestone that created a level surface suitable for processions and rituals. Around the courtyard were columns, dozens of them, holding up a covered colonnade that provided shade during ceremonies. Egyptian sun being what it is, this wasn't just decoration, it was practical necessity. Try standing outside in Egyptian summer heat for a multi-hour religious ceremony, and you'll understand why shade was a religious amenity, not a luxury. The columns themselves were architectural statements. They weren't simple support pillars. They were carved with elaborate decorations, painted in bright colours, topped with capitals shaped like papyrus plants or lotus flowers. Each one was a work of art that also happened to hold up part of the roof. This dual functionality, aesthetic and structural, was characteristic of Egyptian architecture. They didn't believe in separating form from function. If you're going to build a column anyway, you might as well make it beautiful. If you're going to make it beautiful, you might as well make it religiously symbolic. If you're going to make it religiously symbolic, you might as well cover it in hieroglyphic inscriptions praising the Pharaoh. Why waste a perfectly good vertical surface? Beyond the first courtyard was the main temple building, which contained the sanctuary where Amenhotep's cult statue would reside and receive offerings. This wasn't open to the public. Only priests with proper purification and authorization could enter. The temple interior was designed to be progressively more restricted and sacred as you moved deeper into the building. First courtyard, relatively public, anyone attending a festival could be there. Inner courtyard, more restricted, only certain officials and priests. Hypostyle hall, even more restricted, fewer priests allowed. Sanctuary, maximum restriction, only the highest ranking priests during specific rituals. It was like a nightclub with a really strict door policy, except instead of checking if you're on the list, they're checking if you've performed the correct purification rituals and have authorization from the gods to proceed. Much harder to fake your way past that bouncer. The walls throughout the complex were covered in relief carvings and paintings. Not just decorative art. These were narrative scenes telling stories of Amenhotep's reign, his religious devotion, his connection to the gods, his achievements both real and probably somewhat exaggerated. Every wall was basically a propaganda billboard carved in stone, and the level of detail was extraordinary. Individual figures had distinct facial features, clothing appropriate to their status, hieroglyphic labels identifying who they were and what they were doing. Battle scenes, even though Amenhotep didn't fight many battles, showed Egyptian victory in elaborate detail. Religious ceremonies were depicted with careful attention to ritual accuracy. It was part art gallery, part historical record, part religious instruction manual, all rolled into one and carved into limestone walls that were meant to last forever. The paint used on these carvings was vibrant, bright blues, reds, yellows, greens. We're used to seeing ancient Egyptian art in museums where it's faded to brown stone, but originally this stuff was colourful to a degree that would make a modern interior designer nervous. The Egyptians were not subtle with their colour choices. They believed in maximum visual impact, which makes sense for a culture where most people couldn't read, and visual communication was essential. If you can't read the hieroglyphics explaining that Amenhotep is beloved of the gods, you can at least see the brightly coloured image of him standing next to a god and get the general message. It was effective visual communication for a largely illiterate population, and it had the bonus effect of making everything look really impressive, which was also important for maintaining pharaonic prestige. Now let's talk about the workshops, because this is where the city metaphor becomes very literal. A complex this size didn't just appear complete and then sit there unchanged. It required constant maintenance, constant creation of ritual objects, constant production of offerings and supplies. So the complex included workshops where craftsmen produced everything needed for daily operations. There were workshops for carpenters making wooden ritual objects and furniture. Workshops for jewelers creating elaborate offerings and decorative items. Workshops for textile workers weaving linen for priestly garments and temple hangings. Workshops for sculptors creating replacement statues and decorative elements. Workshops for painters maintaining the wall decorations and creating new ones. It was basically an industrial zone dedicated entirely to supporting religious operations, which is a weird sentence to write but accurately describes the situation. These workshops employed hundreds of skilled craftsmen, each with years of training in their specific craft. Egyptian apprenticeship systems were rigorous. If you wanted to become a sculptor, you didn't just show up one day and start carving. You spent years learning proper techniques, understanding different types of stone, mastering the tools, studying proportions and symbolic meanings, practicing on small projects before being trusted with important work. The craftsmen working on Amenhotep's mortuary complex were the elite of their professions, the people who had proven they could work to the exacting standards required for royal projects. And they knew their value. Skilled craftsmen in ancient Egypt were relatively well compensated, not rich, but comfortable, with steady employment and social respect. Working on a major royal project was the ancient equivalent of landing a job at a prestigious tech company. Good pay, job security, and bragging rights. The administrative buildings housed the bureaucrats who made everything function, because you can't run a city-sized temple complex without serious administrative infrastructure. There were officials managing supplies, ensuring the workshops had materials, the kitchens had food, the storerooms had goods for offerings. Officials managing personnel, tracking which priests were on duty when, which craftsmen were working on which projects, which workers needed to be paid and how much. Officials managing finances, recording incoming donations and temple revenue, tracking expenses, ensuring the complex's endowment was properly invested to provide perpetual income. Officials managing maintenance, identifying what needed repair, scheduling work, ensuring the complex didn't fall into disrepair. It was a full-scale bureaucracy, complete with all the paperwork and meetings that implies. Ancient Egyptian administrators loved documentation, which is fortunate for modern historians, but probably less fun for the scribes who had to write everything down on papyrus with reed pens and no autocorrect function. The storage facilities were massive because a complex this size required vast quantities of supplies. Grain for making bread offerings, tons of it, stored in granaries designed to keep it dry and protected from pests. Wine and beer for liquid offerings, stored in enormous ceramic jars in cool underground chambers. Incense and precious oils, imported at great expense and stored carefully to preserve their aromatic properties. Linen for garments and wrappings, bolts and bolts of it, produced by the temple's own textile workshops and stored in dedicated warehouses. Stone for repairs and new construction, stockpiled in quantities that would supply a small town for years. All of this had to be tracked, inventoried, rotated to ensure nothing spoiled and distributed as needed. The logistics would challenge a modern warehouse management system, and these guys were doing it with papyrus scrolls and abacuses. Impressive doesn't quite cover it. The priest housing was another entire section of the complex because maintaining Amenhotep's cult required a substantial permanent staff. We're not talking about a handful of priests dropping by occasionally to burn some incense. This was a professional priesthood with rotating shifts, hierarchical organization, and specialized roles. Some priests conducted daily rituals in the sanctuary. Others managed the complex's business affairs. Others taught new priests or conducted research into religious texts and rituals. Others handled administrative duties. Others supervised the workshops and storage areas. It was like a modern university or corporate campus, except instead of teaching chemistry or developing software, everyone's job was ensuring a dead pharaoh received proper eternal honor. Different emphasis, similar organizational complexity. The priests lived in dedicated housing within the complex, not luxurious by royal standards, but comfortable and well-maintained. Each priest had a private room or small apartment, access to communal dining facilities, bathing areas with pools for ritual purification, and spaces for studying religious texts. The housing was organized by rank and role, with senior priests getting better accommodations closer to the temple buildings, while junior priests lived in more basic quarters farther from the center. It was ancient social stratification built into architecture, which honestly was pretty much all ancient architecture. The Egyptians weren't trying to hide inequality. They were trying to make it visible and permanent through stone construction. Subtle they were not. The gardens deserve special attention because they weren't just decorative. They were essential to the complex's ritual function and daily operations. Egyptian temple gardens served multiple purposes. They provided pleasant surroundings for priests and visitors, which matters when you're spending your entire working life in one place. They grew plants used in rituals and offerings, specific flowers for garlands, herbs for incense, vegetables for offerings to the gods. They provided shade and cooling in the brutal Egyptian heat. And they were symbolic, ordered, cultivated spaces representing human control over nature, the triumph of civilization over chaos. This last point was important in Egyptian religious thought. The temple complex as a whole represented ordered space, the domain of the gods and proper religious observance, in contrast to the chaotic desert surrounding it. The gardens made this symbolism literal and visible. These weren't English cottage gardens with random flowers planted wherever they looked nice. Egyptian gardens were highly organized, with geometric layouts, irrigation systems fed by wells or channels from the Nile, and careful selection of plant species for both practical and symbolic purposes. Date palms provided fruit and shade. Sycamore figs were sacred to certain goddesses and provided useful timber. Papyrus plants were symbolically important and useful for making paper. Lotus flowers had religious significance and were used extensively in rituals. Grapevines produced wine for offerings. Every plant served multiple purposes: aesthetic, practical, and religious. Maximum efficiency from every square foot of garden space, which makes sense when you're dedicating 65 football fields to a single building complex. The irrigation system for these gardens was itself an engineering achievement. Egyptian summers are hot and virtually rainless. Nothing grows without water, and water doesn't appear spontaneously in the middle of the desert. So the complex needed wells, cisterns, and channels to bring water from the Nile or underground sources to the gardens. This required understanding hydrology, designing systems that could move water uphill using manual pumps and bucket chains, and maintaining everything so it kept functioning year after year. The workers who managed this weren't just gardeners. They were engineers and maintenance specialists who understood how to keep complex systems running with Bronze Age technology. Their work was essential to everything else functioning, but they don't get statues or inscriptions celebrating their achievements. History remembers the pharaohs and maybe the architects, the guys who kept the irrigation system running, anonymous heroes of ancient infrastructure maintenance. The artificial pools and lakes within the complex served both practical and ceremonial purposes. Practical because Egypt is hot and having water around provides cooling through evaporation. Ceremonial because water had deep religious significance in Egyptian theology. The primordial waters of Nun from which creation emerged, the Nile whose flooding brought life to Egypt, the purifying waters used in countless rituals. Water wasn't just H2O, it was spiritually charged substance essential to religious practice. So having pools and lakes within the temple complex wasn't just nice amenity, it was religiously meaningful architecture that reinforced the sacred nature of the space. These pools were also engineering challenges. You can't just dig a hole and hope it holds water in the desert. The pools had to be lined, probably with clay or plaster to prevent seepage. They had to be fed with water from reliable sources. They had to be maintained, cleaned regularly, refilled to compensate for evaporation, kept free of debris and unwanted plant growth. And they had to be accessible for ritual use while also being secure so people didn't accidentally drown during ceremonies, which would be bad form at a religious festival. All of this required planning, construction skill, and ongoing maintenance that never appears in the dramatic historical narratives, but was absolutely essential to the complex functioning as designed. The kitchens and food preparation areas were another city-like feature, because feeding the gods, or rather, providing offerings of food that priests would later consume because the gods presumably didn't actually eat physical food, required industrial-scale cooking facilities. We're not talking about a home kitchen with one oven and a couple of burners. We're talking about facilities that could produce hundreds of loaves of bread daily, butcher and prepare cattle and fowl for offerings, brew beer in large batches, and handle all the other food production needed for daily rituals and festivals. It was the ancient equivalent of a commercial bakery, brewery, and butcher shop, all rolled into one and dedicated entirely to religious purposes. The bread production alone was enormous. Bread was the staple offering in Egyptian religious practice, presented to the gods multiple times daily. The complex probably went through hundreds of loaves per day during normal operations, and thousands during major festivals when offerings increased dramatically. This required dedicated bakers, ovens, fuel supplies, grain storage, and water access. It was bread production on a scale that would qualify as a small industrial operation by ancient standards. And unlike modern commercial bakeries that can use electric ovens and mixers, everything was done by hand with wood-fired ovens. The labour involved was substantial, the heat was brutal, and the pace had to be maintained every single day because the gods expected their offerings on schedule regardless of how the bakers felt about it. No calling in sick when you're responsible for feeding divine entities who might get cranky if their breakfast is late. Beer production was similarly industrial. Beer was the primary beverage in ancient Egypt, safer than water, nutritious, and religiously significant. The complex would have produced its own beer both for offerings and for the priests and workers who lived and worked there. Egyptian beer wasn't like modern beer. It was thick, nutritious, relatively low in alcohol, and consumed as much for calories as for any intoxicating effect. Making it required dedicated facilities with large fermentation vessels, controlled conditions, and knowledge of the brewing process that was part craft skill and part religious mystery. The brewers were skilled specialists, and their product was essential to daily operations. No beer meant unhappy priests and workers, which meant problems for temple administration. So beer production was serious business, literally essential infrastructure for keeping the complex functioning. The cattle pens and animal facilities were necessary because animal sacrifice was central to Egyptian religious practice. Cattle, geese, ducks, and other animals were regularly offered to the gods, which meant the complex needed facilities to house these animals before their ritual use. This meant pens, coops, feeding areas, and waste management, all the unglamorous necessities of animal husbandry. It also meant a constant supply of animal feed, water, and veterinary care to ensure the animals remained healthy until they were needed. You couldn't just offer some half-starved sick animal to the gods. That would be insulting. The offerings had to be prime specimens, which required proper animal care and management. So the complex employed herdsmen, animal handlers, and probably something like veterinarians who understood how to keep livestock healthy in the Egyptian climate. The smell situation in these areas must have been challenging. Modern visitors to ancient sites see clean stone ruins and imagine them as pristine spaces, but a working temple complex with animal pens, slaughter areas, cooking facilities, hundreds of people living and working in close quarters, and no modern plumbing or waste management. That was fragrant in ways that would make a modern health inspector's eyes water. The Egyptians dealt with this through constant cleaning, waste removal systems, and probably just getting used to smells that we'd find overwhelming. Ancient noses were calibrated differently. What we'd consider unbearable was just normal background odour to people who lived in it daily. Still, the cleanup crew for a complex like this deserves recognition for doing one of the least pleasant jobs in ancient Egypt, which is saying something given the competition. The security arrangements for a complex this valuable required dedicated guards and defensive features. The complex contained enormous wealth: gold, precious stones, valuable offerings, expensive textiles, imported luxuries. It was basically a bank vault disguised as a religious complex, and everyone knew it. So there were walls, gates with guards, patrols, probably some kind of alarm system for detecting intruders, and severe punishments for anyone caught stealing. Egyptian tomb robbery was a persistent problem throughout their history, despite increasingly elaborate security measures and truly horrifying penalties for caught thieves. The guards at Amenhotep's complex were fighting an eternal war against human greed, and given how much Egyptian stuff ended up stolen over the centuries, they were losing that war slowly but inevitably. The complex also needed its own water supply beyond just the garden irrigation. Hundreds of people living and working there needed drinking water, water for cooking, water for washing, water for ritual purification. This required wells, cisterns, distribution systems, and again, constant maintenance. Water management in desert climates is no joke. Without reliable water, the entire complex becomes uninhabitable within days. So water infrastructure was critical, not glamorous, not the stuff that gets mentioned in royal inscriptions, but absolutely essential. The workers who maintained the wells and water systems were among the most important people in the complex, even if nobody was writing songs praising their essential contribution to keeping everyone from dying of thirst. The complex also required blacksmiths and metal workers. Because tools break, metal fittings need replacement, and various metal objects are needed for rituals and daily operations. Bronze tools, chisels, axes, knives wore out with use and needed sharpening or replacement. Metal decorative elements needed repair or reproduction. New metal objects were constantly needed. So the complex had metalworking facilities with forges, anvils, and craftsmen who understood metallurgy. These workshops were probably located away from the main religious areas because forges produce heat, smoke, and noise. Not exactly conducive to contemplative religious atmosphere, but they were essential support facilities that kept everything else functioning. The carpentry workshops produced furniture for the temple, wooden elements for architecture, wooden cult objects, coffins and shrines, and countless other items. Wood was precious in Egypt. There weren't extensive forests, so quality timber had to be imported from Lebanon at considerable expense. This made carpenters valuable specialists working with expensive materials that couldn't be wasted. Egyptian carpentry reached remarkable levels of sophistication. They created complex joints without modern fasteners, bent and shaped wood using techniques we're still trying to fully understand, inlaid different woods and materials to create decorative patterns, and built furniture that was both functional and beautiful. The furniture from Tutankhamun's tomb gives us a sense of what high-end Egyptian carpentry looked like, and it's honestly stunning. The craftsmen producing such items for Amenhotep's temple were operating at the absolute peak of their craft. The textile workshops wove linen, the primary fabric in ancient Egypt, for priestly garments, temple hangings, bandages for mummification, and various other uses. Linen production was labor-intensive. Flax had to be grown, harvested, processed to separate the fibers, spun into thread and woven into fabric. Each step required skilled workers and specific equipment. The weavers worked on looms producing fabric of varying qualities, coarse linen for everyday use, fine linen for priestly garments and special purposes. The finest Egyptian linen was so delicate you could see through it, created by master weavers with years of experience. This wasn't something you learned in an afternoon tutorial. It was lifetime specialist knowledge, and the weavers who possessed it were valuable members of the temple community. The stonemasons and sculptors were constantly employed maintaining the complex and creating new decorative elements. Stone buildings in desert climates are durable, but they still need maintenance. Damage from rare rain, wind erosion, settling foundations, accidental impacts, all of this required repair, and the decorative program was probably never finished. There were always new reliefs to carve, inscriptions to add, statues to create. The complex employed stoneworkers whose entire careers were spent on this single project. They learned the stone, the layout, the decorative programs. They trained apprentices who would continue the work. It was generational employment, family businesses of stoneworkers who spent their entire lives maintaining and embellishing one pharaoh's mortuary complex. The painters who coloured the reliefs and walls were also specialists. Egyptian painting wasn't just slapping colour on stone. It required understanding pigment chemistry, binding agents, proper preparation of stone surfaces, the correct symbolic meanings of colours, and techniques for creating colours that would last. Egyptian painters created pigments from minerals, blue from copper compounds, red from iron oxides, yellow from arsenic sulfides. Some of these materials were toxic by modern standards, but they created colours that lasted millennia. The painters worked from established iconographic programs that specified what colours were appropriate for what purposes. You couldn't just decide to paint the pharaoh's skin purple because you thought it looked cool. Every colour choice had symbolic meaning and had to follow established religious conventions. The scribes employed by the complex were numerous and essential. Every transaction had to be recorded. Every offering had to be documented. Every worker's rations had to be tracked. Every inventory had to be maintained. Every ritual had to be described in written form. Every letter received required a response. Every religious text needed copying and study. The amount of paperwork, literally paper, or rather papyrus, required to run this operation was enormous. The scribes worked in administrative offices with access to papyrus supplies, ink, pens, and reference documents. They were educated, literate professionals in a largely illiterate society, which gave them considerable status and job security. Being a scribe was one of the best career paths in ancient Egypt, and working at a major royal temple complex was a prestigious posting. The medical facilities and staff addressed the inevitable health problems that arise when hundreds of people live and work in close quarters. Priests got sick. Workers got injured. Someone needed to handle healthcare, and Egyptian medicine was actually quite advanced for the time. They understood setting broken bones, treating wounds, prescribing herbal remedies, performing certain surgeries. The complex probably had dedicated medical personnel, not exactly like modern doctors, but knowledgeable healers who combined practical medical knowledge with religious healing rituals. Because in ancient Egypt, medicine and magic were intertwined. You treated illness with both practical remedies and religious rituals because why take chances? Cover all your bases, physical and spiritual. The sheer logistics of coordinating all these different activities, religious ceremonies, construction projects, maintenance work, workshop production, food preparation, administrative tasks, cleaning, security, required sophisticated management. There was a clear hierarchy with high-ranking officials making major decisions and lower-level managers handling day-to-day operations. They held meetings, reviewed reports, allocated resources, resolved disputes, planned for future needs. It was organizational management on a scale that would impress modern business schools, except instead of quarterly earnings, they were optimizing eternal religious observance. Different performance metrics, similar management challenges. The festivals held at the complex brought thousands of additional visitors, which created temporary population explosions that had to be managed. Imagine planning an event where several thousand people show up expecting religious services, entertainment and food, and you have no modern communication or logistics technology. That was reality for festival planning in ancient Egypt. The administrators had to arrange for additional food supplies, temporary housing or camping areas, crowd control, security, extra priests to handle increased ritual duties, clean up after everyone left, all the challenges of modern event planning but with Bronze Age resources. And they did it successfully multiple times per year, which suggests they were actually quite good at large-scale event management. The economic impact of this complex extended far beyond its walls. The construction employed thousands of workers for decades. The ongoing operations employed hundreds permanently. The complex purchased supplies from local producers, grain farmers, animal herders, craftsmen, merchants. It commissioned specialized items from workshops throughout Egypt. It was a major economic engine generating employment and trade throughout the region. When you built a city-sized temple complex, you weren't just creating a religious monument, you were creating an economic institution that would shape the local economy for centuries. The multiplier effects probably sustained thousands of families indirectly. The complex was too big to not influence everything around it. But here's the uncomfortable question. Who actually paid for all of this? The resources came from somewhere, and that somewhere was the Egyptian economy as a whole. The workers were fed with grain from farmers' fields. The stone came from quarries worked by conscripted labour. The gold came from mines we've already discussed. The ongoing operations were funded by the temple's endowment, land, animals, resources given to support perpetual operations. All of this was extracted from Egypt's productive capacity through systems we'd now recognise as taxation, corvée labour, and appropriation of resources. The complex was magnificent, but it was built on economic extraction that most Egyptians had no choice about participating in. The propaganda function of the complex was just as important as its religious function. Every element proclaimed Amenhotep's greatness, his divine nature, his eternal importance. The size alone was a statement. No one else had built anything this grand, therefore Amenhotep must be the greatest pharaoh. The decorative program reinforced this constantly. Every wall told stories of Amenhotep's achievements. Every statue portrayed him in idealized divine form. Every inscription praised his virtues and his favor with the gods. Visitors to the complex received a comprehensive education in Amenhotep's magnificence through architecture designed to overwhelm and impress. It was three-dimensional propaganda on a scale that modern advertising executives would envy. The irony is that most Egyptians probably never entered the complex. The religious areas were restricted. The workshops and housing were for staff only. Common people might attend festivals in the outer courtyards, but the impressive interior spaces were closed to them. So this enormous investment in propaganda was mainly for the elite. Officials, foreign dignitaries, priests, the people whose support the pharaoh actually needed. It was targeted advertising to a specific demographic, which actually makes sense from a political standpoint even if it seems wasteful from a broader perspective. Amenhotep didn't need to impress peasants who had no political power anyway. He needed to impress the people who did have power, and for them, the complex was open and impressive. The maintenance challenges of a complex this size were ongoing and substantial. Stone erodes, paint fades, wood rots, metal corrodes. Nothing lasts forever without constant care. The complex employed permanent maintenance crews who spent their entire careers repairing what time and weather damaged. In a strange way, the complex created its own justification for existence by requiring so many people to maintain it. Once built, it had to be maintained, which required resources, which justified ongoing economic support, which ensured employment for hundreds of people, which made the complex an economic necessity regardless of its religious purpose. It was self-sustaining through sheer size, too big to abandon, too important to let decay, too economically integrated to shut down. The complex also served as a training ground for craftsmen and architects. Young workers learned their trades by working on maintenance and new construction projects under the supervision of master craftsmen. Skills were passed down through apprenticeship, and a major royal project like this was the best possible training ground. The techniques learned here, stoneworking, metalworking, painting, carpentry, all of it, would be carried forward by workers who went on to work on other projects throughout Egypt. The complex wasn't just a monument to Amenhotep. It was a technical school for the construction trades, churning out trained workers who would shape Egyptian architecture for generations. We need to talk about what happened to this magnificent complex, because here's the sad part. Most of it is gone now. The Colossi of Memnon still stand because they're solid quartzite and ridiculously heavy to move. But the temple buildings? Largely destroyed. Some by natural decay over millennia. Some by earthquakes. Egypt does get them occasionally, and stone buildings don't handle seismic activity well. But mostly by human activity. Later pharaohs robbed stone from Amenhotep's complex to build their own monuments. Local people took material for construction. Early archaeologists removed artifacts. What was once a city-sized complex is now mostly archaeological traces and a couple of impressive statues. It's a reminder that even the most ambitious construction projects eventually succumb to time and human need for building materials. But for a few centuries, Amenhotep's mortuary complex stood as proof that if you have enough gold, enough labour, and enough ambition, you can build something that redefines what large means in architectural terms. It wasn't just a tomb. It wasn't just a temple. It was a statement carved in stone and sustained by an entire economic system that a pharaoh with unlimited resources could build a city whose sole purpose was ensuring his eternal memory. Whether that's admirable ambition or terrifying ego depends on your perspective, but either way, it was undeniably impressive. The fact that we're still talking about it 3,000 years later suggests that, on some level, the strategy worked. Amenhotep wanted to be remembered as great, and he built on a scale that made that remembrance almost inevitable. Not a bad return on investment, even if the actual complex didn't survive intact. The memory did, which was ultimately what mattered to a pharaoh obsessed with eternal legacy. And really, that's what the entire complex was about. Defeating death not through any afterlife magic, but through creating something so large, so impressive, so economically and culturally significant that it would have to be remembered. Build big enough, employ enough people, impact enough of the economy, and you become unforgettable. It was immortality through architecture, and for a while at least it worked exactly as intended. Let's get more specific about the construction process itself, because the logistics of building something this massive with Bronze Age technology were absolutely insane. Modern construction projects use cranes, bulldozers, concrete mixers, power tools, computer-aided design, and project management software. Egyptian construction projects used human muscles, copper chisels, wooden mallets, ramps made of mud, brick and rubble, and really hoping your calculations were correct because there was no undo button when working with multi-ton stone blocks. The margin for error was essentially zero. If you dropped a massive stone block, it wasn't going to politely pause mid-fall while you figured out what went wrong. It was going to fall, probably crushing anyone underneath, destroying whatever it landed on, and forcing you to start over with a replacement block. Safety regulations were not a thing, and workplace accidents were probably common enough that they barely warranted mention in official records. The workforce for this project numbered in the thousands during peak construction periods. We're talking about an army of labour, stonecutters at the quarries, transport workers moving materials, on-site labourers placing stones, specialised craftsmen doing finishing work, supervisors coordinating everything, scribes documenting progress, cooks feeding everyone, water carriers keeping workers hydrated in the Egyptian heat. It was the Bronze Age equivalent of a major construction site, except instead of hard hats and coffee breaks, workers had linen headdresses for sun protection and beer breaks, because beer was safer than water and provided calories for manual labour. OSHA would have had a collective heart attack inspecting this worksite, but by ancient standards it was probably reasonably well-organised chaos. The question of whether workers were slaves or paid labourers is complex and has been debated extensively by historians. The evidence suggests it was probably a mix. Core permanent workers were likely paid in rations, grain, beer, oil, occasionally meat or fish. Seasonal workers might have been fulfilling corvée labour obligations, basically a tax paid in labour rather than goods. Some specialised craftsmen were definitely paid professionals who worked for wages, and some workers were probably prisoners or enslaved people with no choice in the matter. Ancient labour systems were complicated and didn't fit neatly into modern categories of free versus enslaved. What we can say is that no one was working on this project because they really loved construction work and wanted to spend decades moving massive stones around the desert. They were there because Egyptian society had systems that compelled their presence through various combinations of economic necessity, social obligation, and outright coercion. The living conditions for workers during construction were probably grim by modern standards, but maybe acceptable by ancient ones. We have archaeological evidence from other major Egyptian construction projects showing that workers lived in planned settlements near the work site, basically company towns built to house the construction workforce. These would have had rows of basic housing, communal cooking areas, storage for rations, administrative buildings, and probably some recreational space because even ancient workers needed downtime. The housing was functional but not comfortable. Small rooms with minimal furniture, sleeping on mats or simple beds, limited privacy, communal everything. Think college dorm rooms but with less space, worse ventilation, no plumbing, and your roommates are strangers who smell like manual labour in the Egyptian heat. Not exactly luxury accommodations, but better than being homeless in the desert, which was the realistic alternative for most workers. The daily routine for workers probably started before dawn because working during the midday Egyptian sun was dangerous and inefficient. Workers would wake up, eat a simple breakfast of bread and beer, get their work assignments, and labour until the heat became unbearable, usually mid-morning. Then there would be a break during the hottest part of the day where workers rested in whatever shade they could find, ate a meal, maybe napped. Work resumed in the late afternoon when the temperature became tolerable again, continuing until sunset. Then evening meal, maybe some free time for socialising or relaxation, sleep and repeat the next day. It was monotonous, exhausting work with few breaks and little variation. The kind of routine that makes modern office jobs look exciting by comparison, even though office workers complain about monotony. At least office work doesn't involve hauling stones in the sun. The tools used were surprisingly sophisticated despite being pre-industrial. Copper and bronze chisels of various sizes and shapes for different types of stonework. Wooden mallets for striking the chisels, saws with copper teeth for cutting stone, drill bits that could bore holes in granite, measuring tools, plumb bobs, set squares, measuring rods for ensuring accurate placement and alignment. The Egyptians understood geometry and applied it practically to construction. They could calculate right angles, create level surfaces, align structures with cardinal directions, all without laser levels or surveying equipment. Their geometric knowledge was practical and applied, developed over centuries of trial and error and passed down through apprenticeship. It worked because it had to work, and the evidence of massive structures that stood for millennia proves it did work, even if the mathematical theory behind it wasn't formalized the way modern engineering is. The transport of materials involved elaborate systems of ramps, sledges, and rollers. Large stone blocks were loaded onto wooden sledges, basically sleds that could be dragged across sand or specially prepared roads. Workers pulled the sledges using ropes while other workers poured water in front to reduce friction. For moving stones upward, they built ramps of mud brick and rubble that could slope gradually up to the level where stones needed to be placed. As the structure rose, the ramps were extended and raised. Some of these ramps were enormous engineering projects in their own right, requiring thousands of mud bricks and careful engineering to support the weight of multi-ton stone blocks being dragged up them. And once the structure was complete, the ramps were dismantled, leaving no trace except for archaeological evidence discovered millennia later. The precision of stone fitting in Egyptian architecture is remarkable. Blocks were cut and shaped so precisely that in some cases you can't fit a piece of paper between them. This wasn't accidental. It was the result of skilled stonemasons who understood their material and had developed techniques for achieving tight fits through careful measurement and grinding. The final fitting was probably done on site. Place the block, mark where it needs adjustment, remove it, grind down the high spots, replace it, check the fit, repeat until perfect. Tedious work requiring patience and skill, but the results lasted for millennia, which is more than we can say for most modern construction where buildings are considered old after 100 years. The symbolic meaning embedded in the complex's layout reflected Egyptian cosmology and religious beliefs. The temple complex was meant to represent the universe in miniature, the ordered cosmos emerging from primordial chaos. The outer walls separated sacred space from profane space. The progression from outer courtyards to inner sanctuary represented a journey from the earthly realm toward the divine realm. The decorative programs on walls told stories reinforcing this cosmology. Creation myths, the pharaoh's role as intermediary between humans and gods, the eternal cycles of death and rebirth. Every architectural element had layers of meaning beyond its practical function. A column wasn't just a structural support. It was a symbol of the pillars supporting the sky. A pool wasn't just water, it was the primordial ocean from which creation emerged. The Egyptians built with religious metaphor embedded in every element. The astronomical alignments built into the complex were also significant. The temple was oriented to align with certain solar events, solstices, equinoxes, the rising of specific stars. These alignments weren't just decorative. They were functional elements of religious practice. Certain ceremonies had to be performed when the sun was in specific positions. The temple architecture facilitated this by creating sight lines, light wells and doorways that framed astronomical events. It was sacred architecture functioning as an astronomical instrument, and it required sophisticated understanding of celestial movements and their relationship to religious calendar. The priests who used these alignments weren't just performing rituals, they were applying practical astronomical knowledge to religious purposes. The acoustic properties of the temple spaces were also carefully designed, though we don't always appreciate this aspect of ancient architecture. The size and shape of rooms affected how sound travelled, important for ceremonies involving chanting, singing, or spoken prayers. Large columned halls created reverb that made voices sound more impressive and sacred. Smaller sanctuary spaces were more intimate, focusing sound differently. The Egyptians understood acoustics practically even if they didn't have the theoretical framework we use today. They knew that certain room shapes and sizes created certain sound effects, and they designed accordingly. Modern sound engineers visiting ancient Egyptian temples are consistently impressed by how well sound was managed, suggesting the builders understood principles of acoustics that wouldn't be formally theorized for millennia. The lighting in interior spaces was managed through clerestory windows, high windows that let light in while maintaining security and privacy. The play of light through these windows changed throughout the day and year as the sun's position shifted, creating dynamic lighting effects that enhanced the sacred atmosphere. At certain times, sunlight would strike specific cult statues or reliefs, highlighting them dramatically. This wasn't accidental. It was designed, religious theatre through architecture and astronomy. The builders created spaces where light itself became part of the religious experience, where the movement of the sun through temple spaces reinforced religious messages about solar deities and cosmic order. The heating and cooling of the complex were managed through passive systems that modern architects are rediscovering as new techniques. Thick stone walls absorbed heat during the day and released it slowly at night, moderating temperature swings. High ceilings and clerestory windows created ventilation through thermal stack effect. Hot air rising and escaping through upper openings, drawing cooler air in from lower entrances. Water features provided evaporative cooling. Shaded colonnades created protected spaces where temperature was more manageable. The Egyptians lived in a harsh climate and developed architectural strategies to make buildings more comfortable without any mechanical systems. They had to because air conditioning wouldn't be invented for 3,000 years, and in the meantime people still needed to work in these buildings without dying of heat stroke. The waste management systems, or lack thereof by modern standards, were another challenge that gets glossed over in romantic descriptions of ancient architecture. A complex housing hundreds of people and processing food daily produces a lot of waste. Human waste, food scraps, animal waste from the pens, ash from cooking fires, broken pottery and tools, all had to go somewhere. Egyptian solutions probably included designated waste areas outside the complex, regular cleanup crews removing material, composting organic waste for agricultural use, and just accepting a baseline level of mess and smell that modern people would find intolerable. Ancient cities were smelly, dirty places by our standards, and temple complexes were no exception despite their sacred purpose. Cleanliness is next to godliness, as the saying goes, but the Egyptian version was probably more like cleanliness is somewhere in the general vicinity of godliness, give or take some unavoidable filth that's just part of life before modern sanitation. The textile production happening in the complex's workshops deserves more attention because it was a major economic activity requiring significant labour. Flax cultivation was the first step, growing and harvesting the plants, then retting them in water to separate fibres. This was followed by processing the fibres, beating them to separate useful fibres from woody material, combing them to align fibres, spinning them into thread on hand spindles or later on spinning wheels. Finally came weaving on looms that could be quite large for producing wide fabric. Each step was labour-intensive and required skill. A single piece of fine linen represented hundreds of hours of work from multiple people. This made linen valuable and gave textile workers considerable economic importance. The weavers working at Amenhotep's complex were part of a textile economy that stretched across ancient Egypt. producing fabric that was traded internationally and valued as highly as many precious materials. The jewellery workshops within the complex created elaborate pieces using gold, semi-precious stones, and faience, a glazed ceramic material the Egyptians invented. Egyptian jewellery was sophisticated in design and technically accomplished in execution. Jewellers could create gold wire fine as thread, hammer gold into thin sheets for overlay work, inlay stones with microscopic precision, and manufacture faience beads in vast quantities. The techniques required specialised tools, years of training, and access to expensive materials. A master jeweller was a highly skilled specialist whose work was valued by elite customers and essential for royal and temple contexts. The jewellery created wasn't just decorative, it had symbolic meanings, protective functions, and social significance. Wearing certain types of jewellery indicated status, role, and divine favour. It was wearable communication in a society where visual signals were essential for identifying social positions. The pottery workshops were perhaps less prestigious than jewellery making, but equally essential. Thousands of ceramic vessels were needed for daily operations. Jars for storing grain, beer, oil, and water, bowls and plates for food service, special vessels for ritual use, lamps for lighting, and countless other applications. Pottery was the plastic of the ancient world, cheap, versatile, easily produced and used for everything. Egyptian potters worked at wheels or formed vessels by hand, dried them, and fired them in kilns. The resulting pottery was functional, but often also decorated with painted designs or impressed patterns. Archaeologists love ancient pottery because it's nearly indestructible and was produced in such vast quantities that sherds are found everywhere humans lived. For historians, pottery styles help date archaeological layers and trace trade networks. For ancient Egyptians, pottery was just useful stuff that you replaced when it broke and didn't think much about, which is why we know so much about their pottery now. They left millions of broken pieces behind. The brickmaking was another crucial industry because mud bricks were the primary construction material for most buildings. Stone was used for temples and monuments, but houses, walls, workshops, storage buildings, and most other structures were brick. Egyptian brickmakers mixed Nile mud with straw or chaff, pressed the mixture into wooden moulds, dried the bricks in the sun, and produced thousands of bricks per day during peak production. It was simple technology that worked extremely well in Egypt's dry climate. Sun-dried mud bricks aren't as durable as fired bricks or stone, but they're much cheaper and faster to produce. For buildings that weren't meant to last forever, they were the practical choice. The walls around Amenhotep's complex, the housing for workers and priests, the storage buildings, most of the complex's less prestigious structures were brick, not stone. Stone was reserved for the important eternal parts. The rope-making industry supplied the enormous amounts of rope needed for construction and daily operations. Egyptian rope was made from plant fibres, primarily papyrus, flax, and date palm fibres, twisted together to create cords of varying thickness and strength. The strongest ropes could support immense weights and were essential for moving stone blocks and other heavy loads. Rope making was skilled work requiring understanding of fibre properties and techniques for achieving maximum strength. A poorly made rope could snap under load, potentially causing deadly accidents or ruining months of work getting a stone block into position. So rope makers were important specialists whose products were essential infrastructure for construction projects. They don't appear in dramatic historical narratives, but without them, nothing gets built or moved. The carpentry required specialised woods imported from abroad because Egypt lacked native forests producing suitable timber. Cedar from Lebanon was particularly prized, straight-grained, fragrant, resistant to insects, and available in long lengths useful for beams and columns. Egyptian carpenters also worked with local woods, acacia, sycamore fig, tamarisk, but these were often knotty and irregular, requiring more skill to use effectively. Joining techniques included mortise and tenon joints, pegged connections, and elaborate interlocking designs. The best Egyptian furniture used minimal or no metal fasteners, relying instead on precisely fitted wooden joints. This required understanding wood properties, how different species behaved, how to account for expansion and contraction with humidity changes, how to select grain patterns for strength. The knowledge was practical and experiential, learned through apprenticeship and practice, not from textbooks or formal instruction. The paint production involved creating pigments from minerals and developing binding agents to make paint stick to stone and plaster surfaces. Egyptian blue, a copper calcium silicate compound, was manufactured through a complex process of heating minerals to specific temperatures. The resulting blue pigment was stable and vibrant, lasting thousands of years without significant fading. Other colours came from natural minerals ground to powder: red and yellow ochres from iron oxides, green from malachite, white from gypsum or limestone, black from carbon. The pigments were mixed with binding agents, possibly egg white, gum arabic or animal glue, to create paint. Different surfaces required different binding agents and application techniques. Painting stone reliefs wasn't like painting canvas or walls. The surface was uneven, the material didn't absorb paint the same way, and the paintings had to survive outdoors or in dusty temple interiors. Egyptian painters developed techniques that worked for their specific circumstances, and the survival of their work proves they succeeded remarkably well. The incense production was significant because incense was burned constantly in Egyptian religious ceremonies. The most prestigious incense was frankincense and myrrh, imported from Punt, probably modern Somalia or nearby regions. But temples also burned local aromatic materials: juniper, cypress, various resins and plant materials. Someone had to source these materials, prepare them for ritual use, and ensure steady supply for daily ceremonies. It was a specialized commodity with religious importance, and its production and trade involved international commerce, specialized knowledge of materials, and considerable expense. The priests burning incense probably didn't think much about the supply chain that brought it to them, but that supply chain stretched across the ancient world and represented significant economic value. The mirror-making industry supplied copper mirrors used for grooming and certain rituals. Egyptian mirrors were polished copper or bronze discs that could reflect images reasonably well, though not with the clarity of modern glass mirrors. Creating a good mirror required metallurgical skill, patient polishing, and quality control to ensure the surface was smooth enough to reflect clearly. Mirrors were luxury items, owned primarily by wealthy individuals and used in elite contexts. In temple workshops, mirrors were produced for ritual use and as valuable gifts or trade items. The craftsmen who made them were metalworking specialists whose products served both practical and symbolic functions. Mirrors were associated with solar deities and divine vision, making them religiously significant objects beyond just their practical use for grooming. The oil press operations produced vegetable oils from various seeds and nuts: sesame, castor, olive when available from trade. Oil was used for cooking, lighting, cosmetics, medicine, and religious anointing. Extracting oil from seeds required pressing equipment, typically a lever press where workers pushed down on a long lever arm to crush seeds in a bag or container beneath. The oil that dripped out was collected and stored in ceramic jars. It was labor-intensive work producing a valuable commodity. Good oil was expensive enough that its use was restricted to those who could afford it. Temple operations required substantial quantities of oil for various purposes, making oil production a significant workshop activity within the complex. The leatherworking produced sandals, bags, water skins, straps for tools and equipment, and other leather goods. Leather processing started with animal hides from cattle, goats, or sheep, which had to be cleaned, tanned, and softened before use. Egyptian leatherworking used vegetable tanning with plant materials that preserved the leather and made it workable. The resulting leather was cut and sewn into useful items using bronze needles and linen thread. Leather workers were skilled craftsmen who understood their materials and could produce durable goods that served practical purposes throughout the complex. Sandals in particular were important because walking barefoot on hot sand and stone was both uncomfortable and potentially dangerous. Good sandals were valuable items that people wore until they literally fell apart. The basketry and mat weaving produced containers, mats, and other items from woven plant fibers, primarily papyrus and palm fronds. Baskets were used for carrying and storing everything: grain, tools, personal items, offerings. Mats were used as floor coverings, sleeping surfaces, and room dividers. The techniques for weaving these items were ancient even in Amenhotep's time, passed down through countless generations of craftspeople. The resulting products were inexpensive, practical, and ubiquitous. Nearly everyone used baskets and mats daily, making their production an essential craft that kept multiple workers employed, producing items that wore out quickly and needed constant replacement. The glass-making, though less developed than it would be in later periods, produced decorative beads and small objects using techniques for working with glass. Egyptian glass of this period wasn't the clear glass we know today. It was opaque, often coloured with mineral additives, and used primarily for small items. Glass beads were popular as jewellery and decorative elements. The techniques involved heating mineral mixtures to melting point and forming them into desired shapes before they cooled and hardened. It required specialised knowledge and equipment, making glassworkers relatively rare specialists whose products had prestige value despite their small size. The perfume production created scented oils and unguents used for personal grooming, religious rituals, and medicine. Egyptian perfumes were oil-based. Aromatic plant materials were soaked in fat or oil to extract their scents. The resulting perfumed oils were stored in elaborate containers and used sparingly because they were expensive to produce. The perfume makers were chemists of sorts, understanding which plants produced desirable scents, how to extract and preserve those scents, and how to blend different aromatics into pleasing combinations. Their work straddled the boundary between craft production and religious practice, since many perfumes had ritual significance and were associated with specific deities or ceremonies. The food preservation techniques were crucial for maintaining supplies in a pre-refrigeration world. Grain could be stored fairly easily in dry conditions. Meat and fish were preserved through salting, drying, or smoking. Fruits were dried to extend their storage life. Beer brewing was partly a preservation technique, converting grain into a stable form that wouldn't spoil quickly and provided nutrition and safe hydration. The people managing food storage and preservation were protecting the complex's food security, ensuring that supplies remained edible and safe despite heat, humidity, and the inevitable pests that plagued ancient food storage. Their success or failure literally meant the difference between the complex functioning smoothly or experiencing food shortages that could disrupt operations and cause hardship. The complex thus functioned as a complete economic ecosystem. Raw materials came in from Egyptian agriculture and mining. Workshops transformed them into useful items. Administrative systems distributed these items where needed, and the entire operation was sustained by endowments and income that Amenhotep had established to fund perpetual operations. It was supposed to function forever, constantly producing offerings and maintaining his cult. In practice, like most human institutions, it eventually declined and disappeared, but for a period measured in centuries it did function largely as intended. A city-sized machine for generating religious observance and maintaining one pharaoh's memory. The social structure within the complex mirrored Egyptian society generally. Strict hierarchies where priests ranked above craftsmen who ranked above labourers, with each level having gradations of status and authority. Movement between levels was possible but uncommon. Most people were born into their social position and remained there for life. Your job was typically inherited from your parents. If your father was a stonemason, you became a stonemason. If your mother was a weaver, you learned weaving. Social mobility existed but was limited and usually required exceptional skill, powerful patronage, or fortunate circumstances. The complex replicated broader social patterns, creating a microcosm of Egyptian civilization within its walls. The educational system within the complex trained the next generation of workers and priests. Young boys, education was largely limited to males, learned trades through apprenticeship with master craftsmen, or entered scribal schools to learn reading, writing, and administration. The education was practical and vocational, focused on producing competent workers rather than broad intellectual development. You learned what you needed to know to perform your job effectively, and not much beyond that. It was efficient training for maintaining the complex's operations across generations, ensuring skills were transmitted and the institution could continue functioning even as individual workers aged and died. The complex was a city dedicated to one purpose, maintaining the eternal memory and cult of Amenhotep III. Every aspect of its design, construction, and operation supported this singular goal. It was brilliant in its focused ambition and terrifying in its demonstration of how much power and resources one individual could command. The fact that Amenhotep could conceive of and actually build something, this ambitious, says something about both his personal ambition and the state of Egyptian power during his reign. You don't build city-sized tomb complexes unless you're absolutely confident in your resources and your ability to command labour on a massive scale. Amenhotep had that confidence, and he expressed it through architecture that dominated the landscape and required an army of workers to create and maintain. Whether building something this large made Amenhotep great is still debatable, but it definitely made him memorable, which for a pharaoh was basically the same thing. The complex was his statement to the ages, a declaration that he had existed, ruled successfully, and deserved eternal remembrance. The irony is that most of it is gone now, destroyed by time and human activity. But we still remember him, we still study his reign, and we're still impressed by what he built even though most of it no longer exists. Maybe that means he succeeded. He wanted immortality through architecture, and he got immortality through archaeology instead. Not exactly what he planned, but the end result, being remembered 3,000 years later is the same. That's either a triumph of human ambition or a commentary on the futility of trying to defeat death through construction projects. Probably both. Building a city-sized temple complex is impressive, but Amenhotep III understood something that modern marketers would recognize immediately. Brand recognition requires saturation. It's not enough to build one magnificent monument and hope people remember you. You need your face everywhere, constantly, unavoidably present in public consciousness. So Amenhotep embarked on what might be the ancient world's most ambitious personal branding campaign. He commissioned statues of himself. Hundreds of them. Possibly thousands. We're not sure of the exact number because many have been destroyed or lost over millennia, but archaeological evidence suggests that ancient Egypt during Amenhotep's reign experienced what can only be described as a statue epidemic. Everywhere you looked, there was Amenhotep's face staring back at you, carved in stone, larger than life, and looking extremely pleased with himself. The scale of this statue production was genuinely unprecedented. Previous pharaohs had commissioned statues. That was standard practice for Egyptian rulers who wanted to be remembered. But Amenhotep took it to a level that made his predecessors look modest by comparison. He didn't just want statues in major temples. He wanted statues in minor temples. He wanted statues in administrative buildings. He wanted statues in public squares. He probably would have wanted statues in people's homes if that had been feasible. But even ancient Egyptian manufacturing capacity had limits. The result was that if you lived in Thebes during Amenhotep's reign, you literally could not avoid his image. It was ancient propaganda through sheer overwhelming presence, and it worked brilliantly because we're still talking about it 3,000 years later. The statues varied in size from merely life-size to absolutely colossal. We've already discussed the colossi of Memnon, those 60-foot-tall seated figures at his mortuary temple, but there were others almost as large scattered throughout Egypt. Standing statues that towered over viewers, seated statues that required scaffolding to carve, Sphinx statues with Amenhotep's face on lion bodies because apparently being portrayed as merely human wasn't quite enough. The variety was impressive. Different poses, different materials, different artistic styles adapted to local workshops, but all unmistakably Amenhotep. You could be illiterate. You could be a foreign visitor who'd never heard of Egyptian pharaohs. But after seeing your 20th statue of the same guy, you'd get the message. This person is important, and he wants you to know it. The production logistics for this many statues were substantial. You needed quarries producing stone, sculptors carving it, transport systems moving finished statues to installation sites, workers raising them into position, administrators coordinating everything, and financing for what must have been one of the largest art commissions in human history. This wasn't a side project or minor expenditure. This was a major allocation of Egyptian resources over decades, all dedicated to creating as many images of Amenhotep as physically possible. The economic impact alone was significant. Stonecutters, sculptors, transporters, and installation crews employed for years, all working on variations of the same subject. It was like if a modern corporation decided to put up billboards of their CEO everywhere, except the billboards were made of multi-ton stone blocks and would last for millennia. Excessive, absolutely. Effective? Frustratingly, yes. The artistic conventions for portraying pharaohs were already well established by Amenhotep's time. Pharaohs were shown in idealized form, youthful, fit, serene, displaying divine authority through facial expressions and body language that conveyed power and confidence. Amenhotep's statues followed these conventions but added something interesting: individuality. Despite the idealization, his statues have distinctive features that make them recognizable as the same person. The face shape, the set of the eyes, certain proportional relationships, these remain consistent across hundreds of statues by different artists working in different locations. This suggests there were standard models or detailed specifications that sculptors followed. It was brand consistency applied to royal portraiture, ensuring that whether you saw a statue in Thebes or Memphis or some provincial temple, you knew you were looking at Amenhotep III. But here's where it gets interesting from a religious and political perspective. In Egyptian theology, statues weren't just representations, they could become vessels for divine presence. Through proper ritual activation, a statue could become an actual residence for a god or deified king spirit. So all these statues of Amenhotep weren't just propaganda. They were potentially functional objects that could house his divine essence after death, making him omnipresent in a literal theological sense. He was creating the infrastructure for his own deification, setting up hundreds of potential vessels for his spirit throughout Egypt. It was either brilliant religious planning or staggering ego, and honestly, it was probably both. Ancient Egyptian religion and royal ambition were so intertwined that separating them becomes impossible. The system encouraged pharaohs to think of themselves as divine, and Amenhotep took that encouragement to its logical extreme. The inscriptions on these statues served multiple purposes. They identified the subject, important when you're creating hundreds of similar statues. They proclaimed Amenhotep's titles and achievements. They included religious formulas meant to ensure offerings and prayers. And they often included curses for anyone who damaged or removed the statue, because even in ancient Egypt, vandalism was a concern. These curses range from general bad luck to specific divine punishments, though their effectiveness was questionable given how many statues were eventually damaged or destroyed. Apparently, the fear of ancient curses wasn't enough to overcome economic incentives for stealing valuable stone and metal from unguarded monuments. Human greed versus supernatural threats. Greed won, repeatedly. The placement of statues was strategically planned. Major temples received the largest and most impressive statues, positioned where they'd be seen by the maximum number of people during festivals and ceremonies. Administrative buildings got smaller but still impressive statues, reminding officials that they worked for the pharaoh and should probably act accordingly. Provincial temples received statues appropriate to their size and importance, extending Amenhotep's presence throughout Egypt rather than concentrating it just in the capital. It was distributed branding, ensuring that even people who never visited Thebes still encountered Amenhotep's image regularly. The psychological effect was cumulative. See enough statues of someone, and eventually your brain accepts that this person must be incredibly important and powerful. Effective propaganda doesn't just tell you what to think, it creates environmental conditions that make certain thoughts feel natural and inevitable. The cost of this statue campaign is impossible to calculate precisely, but it must have been enormous. Stone quarrying, transportation, skilled sculpture work, installation, each statue represented a significant investment of resources and labour. Multiply that by hundreds or thousands of statues, and you're looking at expenditures that would strain most ancient economies. But Egypt during Amenhotep's reign could afford it because of all that Nubian gold we discussed earlier. The statue program was possible only because Egypt was wealthy enough to dedicate substantial resources to what was essentially vanity construction on a national scale. It's the kind of project that becomes feasible when you're so rich that you've run out of practical things to spend money on and start looking for impractical but impressive alternatives. Now, while Amenhotep was busy ensuring his face appeared on every available surface in Egypt, somebody actually had to create all these monuments, temples, and statues. And those somebodies were skilled workers, artists, sculptors, painters, architects, masons, who lived in specialized communities dedicated to construction and decoration of royal tombs and temples. The most famous of these communities was Deir el-Medina, a workers' village on the West Bank at Thebes. And this is where our story shifts from pharaohs and monuments to something much more interesting. The actual people who built ancient Egypt's most famous structures, and how they lived when they weren't carving statues or painting tomb walls. Deir el-Medina gives us something incredibly rare in ancient history, detailed documentation of ordinary people's lives. Not kings or priests or nobles, but craftsmen and their families, dealing with all the mundane challenges of daily existence. How do we know so much about them? Because they lived in a literate community where people wrote things down constantly. And crucially, they wrote on ostraca, pottery shards or limestone flakes used as cheap writing material. Papyrus was expensive, reserved for important documents. But broken pottery was free, and limestone flakes were everywhere in a quarry region. So workers used them for everything. Shopping lists, legal contracts, love letters, complaints, receipts, jokes, poetry, personal correspondence. They threw these ostraca away when they were done, and the dry Egyptian climate preserved them for 3,000 years. Archaeologists have recovered thousands of these informal writings, and they're fascinating because they're not official propaganda or religious texts. They're real people writing real things about their real lives, and it turns out ancient Egyptians were just as messy, complicated, and entertainingly human as people today. The village itself was a planned community built specifically to house the workforce, constructing royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. It was isolated, located in the desert away from the agricultural land along the Nile. Partly for security reasons, can't have tomb workers gossiping about hidden entrances and treasure locations in public, and partly for convenience, close to the worksite meant less commute time. The village was walled with a single main entrance that could be guarded. Inside were rows of narrow houses packed tightly together, streets barely wide enough for two people to pass, communal areas, and storage facilities. Population fluctuated, but typically housed a few hundred people. Workers and their families living in what was essentially a company town where the company was the Egyptian state, and the product was royal immortality through elaborate tomb construction. The houses were small by modern standards, typically a few rooms arranged in a linear pattern, maybe 15 to 20 feet wide and 40 to 50 feet deep. The entrance led to a front room that served multiple purposes, then perhaps a bedroom or two, maybe a kitchen area at the back. Some houses had cellars for storage. Roofs were flat and used as additional living space when the heat inside became unbearable, which was probably most of the summer. There was no running water, no sewage system, minimal ventilation, and definitely no air conditioning. Privacy was basically non-existent. You could hear your neighbours' conversations, arguments, and late-night activities through the thin walls. It was communal living whether you wanted it or not, which probably explains a lot about the interpersonal drama that fills the ostraca. The workers were organised into two groups or gangs, the right side and left side, which worked on opposite sides of tomb chambers. Each gang had a foreman, and above them was a chief workman who supervised the entire operation. Below the foreman were the actual craftsmen, sculptors, painters, draftsmen, plasterers, and below them were workmen who did the heavy labour of cutting and moving stone. It was a hierarchical system with clear chains of command, though the informal social dynamics were probably more complicated than the official organisation chart suggested. The ostraca reveal a community where personal relationships, family connections, and individual reputations mattered as much as official titles. The work schedule was organised around 10-day weeks, 8 days of work in the tombs, followed by 2 days off. Workers would leave the village, hike over the mountain to the Valley of the Kings, spend the week living in temporary camps near the work sites, then return to the village for their days off. This meant families were separated for extended periods. Wives and children stayed in the village while husbands and fathers worked in the tombs. The social implications were significant. Women ran the households independently for much of the time, dealing with all the domestic challenges while men were away. And when the men returned, there was probably an adjustment period as everyone renegotiated their domestic roles. Not unlike modern situations where one spouse travels extensively for work, except with more limestone dust and hieroglyphics. The ostraca document all sorts of mundane domestic matters. There are shopping lists: wheat 3 sacks, beer 2 jars, firewood, a new cooking pot because someone, and we all know who, dropped the old one. There are IOUs. Ken Herkepeshef owes Amenhotep 2 copper debens for the basket of dates. Payment due at the next feast. There are work absences documented with reasons. Peneb absent because his wife is sick. Seba absent because he's hungover from yesterday's party. Neferabu absent because of scorpion bite. Apparently walking around barefoot in the desert at night is still a bad idea regardless of how many times we tell him. The excuses are sometimes legitimate, sometimes transparently false, and always entertaining. One worker apparently claimed he needed time off to help his mother-in-law mummify a cat. Whether this was true or just an impressively creative excuse, we'll never know, but it's documented for eternity on a pottery shard. The legal disputes recorded on ostraca reveal a community dealing with all the usual human conflicts. Property disputes. Someone's donkey ate someone else's vegetables and now there's drama about compensation. Theft accusations. My good bronze chisel went missing, and I'm not saying Khonsu took it, but he suddenly has a chisel that looks suspiciously like mine. Divorce proceedings that get messy. He took the bed, the storage jars, and my best linen dress. I took the cooking equipment and his favourite chair. We're both petty people, and we're fine with that. Assault charges. He hit me with a stick during an argument about whose turn it was to fetch water. I hit him back. The judges said we're both idiots and fined us both. It's the ancient equivalent of small claims court, except the judgments are recorded on broken pottery and preserved for millennia for archaeologists to discover and historians to analyse. The workers at Deir el-Medina were relatively well paid by ancient standards. They received rations, grain, beer, vegetables, occasionally fish or meat, oil and other essentials. They also received payment in goods that could be traded: copper, linen, pottery. There was no cash economy as we'd understand it. Everything was barter and accounting. The ostraca document endless exchanges. I gave you 3 sacks of grain, you owe me 2 copper debens or equivalent value in beer or textiles. The math could get complicated, especially when deals involved multiple parties and delayed payment. Disputes about who owed what to whom were common, and the community had informal arbitration systems to resolve these conflicts before they escalated into serious feuds. The food supplies were supposed to be delivered regularly by the state administration, but the Ostraka reveal that delivery schedules were more theoretical than actual. Sometimes deliveries were late, sometimes they were short, sometimes they didn't arrive at all because somewhere in the administrative chain someone screwed up or was corrupt. The workers dealt with this through various strategies, maintaining personal stores to bridge gaps, trading with each other, occasionally working side jobs for extra income, and when things got really bad, going on strike. Yes, ancient Egyptian workers went on strike. Multiple times. And we know this because they documented their strikes on ostraca, complaining about unpaid rations in writing that has survived for 3,000 years. Modern labour organisers can take inspiration from ancient Egyptian workers who understood that collective action and documentation were powerful tools for demanding fair treatment. The most famous strike happened in the 29th year of Ramesses III's reign, after Amenhotep's time, but the workers at Deir el-Medina were the same community with the same traditions. They hadn't been paid their grain rations for weeks, so they organised a work stoppage, marched to the mortuary temples and sat down, refusing to work until they were paid. The ostraca documenting this are matter of fact. We have come here because of hunger and thirst. We have no clothes, no ointment, no fish, no vegetables. Send to Pharaoh, our good lord, about it, and send to the vizier, our superior, that we may be supplied with provisions. It's probably the earliest recorded labour strike in human history, and it's documented on broken pottery by workers who understood that writing things down created evidence that couldn't be easily dismissed. The strike worked, by the way. The authorities negotiated, made promises, delivered at least some of what was owed. The workers went back to work, probably still grumbling, but at least fed. The social life at Deir el-Medina was active and well documented. The ostraca mentioned parties, festivals, drinking sessions, and various celebrations. We're gathering at Camuset's house tonight. Bring beer. Someone bring food. We're getting drunk and singing songs until dawn, or until the neighbours complain, whichever comes first. The parties were probably loud, rowdy affairs that occasionally got out of hand. One ostraca mentioned someone showing up drunk to work the next day and being sent home by the foreman with a warning. Another mentions property damage during a particularly enthusiastic celebration. Apparently someone broke a door, and there was subsequent argument about who should pay for repairs. Ancient Egyptians, like humans throughout history, enjoyed socializing, drinking, and occasional chaos that seemed like a good idea at the time, but created problems the next morning. The romantic and sexual lives of Deir el-Medina residents were surprisingly well documented, though often in oblique terms. There are love poems, earnest, passionate, occasionally awkward expressions of affection written on pottery shards. Your voice is like honey. Your smile is like sunrise. Your presence makes my heart beat faster. Please notice me. The ancient equivalent of a crushing confession written in permanent marker and then immediately regretted, except here it's in hieratic script on pottery fragments that survived for millennia. There are also less romantic documents, accusations of adultery, which was taken seriously and could result in severe punishment. Everyone knows she's seeing that merchant from across the river. Her husband pretends not to notice, but he knows. The whole village knows. It's awkward at communal meals. Ancient gossip preserved forever. The divorces documented at Deir el-Medina reveal that ancient Egyptian women had surprisingly robust rights compared to other ancient civilizations. Women could initiate divorce. They could own property independently. They could conduct business. Divorce agreements specified division of property. Typically, each party took what they brought into the marriage plus some share of joint property accumulated during the marriage. The ostraca document these divisions. She gets the 3 chairs, the storage chest, and the copper cooking pot. He gets the bed, the large jar, and the bronze tools. The grain supplies are split equally. Both parties agree these terms are fair mostly. The mostly qualifier appears in ancient Egyptian divorce agreements, suggesting that even when people agreed to terms, there was probably lingering resentment. Some things never change. The children at Deir el-Medina appear in the ostraca occasionally, usually when they're causing problems or need something. My son needs new sandals again. His feet grow faster than I can afford to replace footwear. Someone's daughter broke my pottery jar playing in the street. Her parents owe me a replacement. The children are too loud. Their games disturb my rest. Someone should supervise them better. Ancient complaints about kids being kids, making noise, breaking things, growing too fast, requiring constant supervision and resources. Parenting challenges apparently transcend time and culture. The Ostraka also mention education, boys learning to read and write, training in various trades, preparing for adult work life. Girls learning domestic skills and whatever trade skills their families could teach. Education was practical and vocational, focused on preparing children for adult economic participation. The religious life of the community was active, though the Ostraka suggest it was more practical than mystical for most residents. There are mentions of festivals, offerings to gods, prayers for various concerns, health, prosperity, success in work, resolution of problems. The workers built tombs filled with religious imagery, but their own religious practice seems to have been fairly pragmatic. They honoured the gods who seemed most relevant to their needs, Amun as the chief god, Ptah as patron of craftsmen, Hathor as goddess of love and celebration, Thoth as god of writing and wisdom. There are Ostraka with prayers. Please Amun, let my wife's illness pass quickly. Please Ptah, guide my hand so my work tomorrow is acceptable. Please, any god who's listening, let the next ration delivery actually arrive on schedule. The prayers are direct and transactional, less about spiritual enlightenment and more about dealing with immediate practical concerns. The medical situations documented on Ostraka range from minor injuries to serious illnesses. Scorpion sting on left foot treated with incantation and poultice. Still hurts but probably won't die. Fever, possibly from bad water or bad food or just bad luck. Resting and hoping it passes. Broken bone from falling rock at worksite. Set by the healer, wrapped, waiting to see if it heals properly or stays crooked forever. Ancient medical care was a combination of practical treatment, herbal remedies, and magical incantations, covering all bases because you couldn't be sure which would work. The success rate was probably mixed, but it was better than nothing, which was the alternative. The economic sophistication of this community is evident in the Ostrahar documenting trades and transactions. These weren't simple barter exchanges. They were complex transactions involving delayed payment, credit, interest equivalent, collateral, and third-party guarantees. I'm lending you 2 sacks of grain now. You'll repay 3 sacks at harvest time. If you can't repay, I get your bronze mirror and the nice chair. The terms are clear, specific, and recorded, creating documentation that could be referenced if disputes arose later. The community had an informal banking system where wealthier residents effectively provided credit to others, accepting goods or future labour as collateral. It was more sophisticated than you'd expect from a village of craftsmen living in the desert. The Ostraka also document leisure activities beyond parties. There are board game references, Senet being the most popular. There are mentions of musicians entertaining at gatherings. There are descriptions of storytelling sessions where presumably someone told traditional tales to an audience. There are references to sexual entertainment that are occasionally explicit and always interesting from an anthropological perspective. Ancient Egyptians had active, varied social lives that included everything modern people would recognize: games, music, stories, drinking, fighting, making up, more drinking, occasionally bad decisions, and constant negotiation of social relationships in a tight-knit community where everyone knew everyone else's business. The professional pride evident in some Ostraka is touching. Skilled craftsmen writing about their work with genuine enthusiasm and dedication. Today, I carved the finest detail I've ever achieved. The feathers on the bird in the scene look almost real. The foreman praised my work. I'm proud. The artists and sculptors working on tombs weren't just doing jobs for pay. Many of them took genuine pride in their craftsmanship, in creating beautiful work that would last forever. They understood they were creating something important, something that would outlive them. That understanding comes through in the Ostraka where workers discuss their craft, share techniques, critique each other's work, and express satisfaction when they achieve something particularly beautiful. The complaints documented on Ostraka are sometimes petty, sometimes legitimate, always human. The water allocation is unfair. North side gets more than south side. Someone is stealing firewood from the communal pile. We need better monitoring. The bread from the bakery tastes terrible this week. Something's wrong with their grain or their technique. My neighbour's dog barks constantly. I need sleep. Someone should do something. Ancient people complaining about exactly the things modern people complain about: unfair distribution of resources, theft, poor quality goods, noisy neighbours. Thousands of years of technological advancement haven't changed what annoys humans about living in communities with other humans. The workers at Deir el-Medina were aware they were creating monuments for pharaohs while living in crowded, uncomfortable conditions themselves. The irony wasn't lost on them. Occasionally this comes through in the ostraca, sarcastic comments about carving elaborate tomb decorations for royalty, while their own housing lacked basic amenities. We're painting scenes of eternal abundance for someone who'll never appreciate it, while we're wondering if the next grain delivery will actually arrive. The system makes perfect sense. The tone is resigned more than angry. They understood how things worked. They didn't expect them to change, but they could at least document their awareness of the absurdity. The women of Deir el-Medina appear frequently in the ostraca, usually in domestic contexts, but occasionally in economic or legal ones. Women bought and sold property. They conducted business. They appeared before local courts as plaintiffs or defendants. They owned slaves and hired workers. The ostraca document women's economic activities. Amenhotep sold 3 baskets to Merit Sega for 2 copper dabans. Payment received, transaction complete. These weren't just wives and mothers, they were economic actors in their own right, managing household finances, conducting trades, accumulating wealth. The economic role of women in ancient Egypt was more substantial than in many other ancient cultures, and the Deir el-Medina ostraca provide concrete evidence of this. The elderly residents appear in ostraca usually in the context of property transfers or inheritance planning. Ancient Egypt didn't have retirement systems. Old age meant dependency on family or accumulated wealth. The ostraca document elderly workers receiving support from adult children, transferring property before death to ensure smooth inheritance, and occasionally complaining about younger workers not showing proper respect. These young craftsmen think they know everything. They don't listen to those of us who've been doing this work for 30 years. Pride comes before poor carving technique, the universal complaint of older generations about younger ones documented for eternity. The interaction between the village and external authorities provides glimpses of how state administration worked at the local level. Tax collectors visiting to assess property, officials investigating disputes, messengers bringing instructions or requests from higher authority. The workers weren't isolated from the broader Egyptian state, they were part of it, subject to its rules and demands. But they also had some autonomy. The village had its own local leadership, its own informal governance systems, its own ways of managing internal affairs. As long as they kept producing high-quality work on royal tombs, the central administration mostly left them alone to run their community as they saw fit. The ostraca document technological knowledge and craft techniques being passed down. When carving fine details, keep your chisel sharp and your strokes controlled. Watch the grain of the stone, work with it, not against it. For mixing plaster, the proportions are crucial. Too much water and it's weak. Too little and it won't spread properly. The blue pigment requires careful preparation. Heat the mixture evenly or the colour will be inconsistent. This wasn't written instruction manuals, these were notes between craftsmen, reminders to themselves, advice to apprentices. But collectively they document the technical knowledge that made Egyptian art and architecture possible. Thousands of small practical details that made the difference between adequate work and excellent work, preserved on pottery shards because someone thought they were worth writing down. The relationship between Amenhotep's massive statue campaign and the workers who created those statues is worth considering. Every statue required sculptors spending weeks or months carving stone. The workers at Deir el-Medina and similar communities throughout Egypt produced the monuments that made Amenhotep's cult of personality possible. They were essential to the system, yet they lived modestly while creating expressions of royal grandeur. The ostraca don't dwell on this much. It was just their job, their reality, not something requiring extensive commentary. But occasionally there's a sense of awareness. We carve gods and kings in stone that will last forever. Our own housing will probably collapse within a generation. Balance in all things, as the wise men say, though the balance seems a bit off. The community solidarity evident in the ostraca is notable. Workers helped each other during difficult times, lending resources, providing assistance, supporting families when workers were injured or ill. There are ostraca documenting communal fundraising. Peneb's house was damaged in the storm. We're all contributing to repairs. Amounts according to ability. It wasn't purely altruistic. In a small, isolated community, everyone understood that mutual support was necessary for collective survival. Today you help your neighbour, tomorrow you might need their help. But there's also genuine concern for community members evident in how support is organised and documented. These weren't just co-workers. They were neighbours, friends, sometimes family, living together in circumstances that required cooperation for everyone's well-being. The children growing up in Deir el-Medina had a unique upbringing, surrounded by skilled craftsmen, exposed to artistic and architectural knowledge from early ages, living in a literate community where reading and writing were valuable skills. Many followed their fathers into the tomb-building trades. Some became scribes or moved into other professions. The ostraca occasionally mentioned sons learning from fathers. "My son is finally getting the hang of proper chisel technique. Took him long enough, but he's showing promise." The pride is evident, as is the exasperation. Teaching your children your trade was important, but apparently just as frustrating in ancient Egypt as in any era. The pets and animals at Deir el-Medina appear sporadically in ostraca. Dogs that guarded houses or accompanied workers. Cats that controlled rodents in grain storage. Donkeys for transport. The occasional reference to someone's pet monkey causing chaos. One particularly entertaining ostracon documents a dispute over a goat that escaped and ate someone's vegetables, resulting in demands for compensation and counter-arguments about proper fence maintenance. Ancient people keeping pets and livestock that occasionally caused problems. The specifics change, but the pattern is eternal. The connection between this workers' village and Amenhotep's grand architectural ambitions brings us full circle. The massive monuments, the hundreds of statues, the city-sized temple complexes, all of it required skilled workers living in communities like Deir el-Medina, doing daily labour that range from sublime artistic creation to mundane maintenance tasks. The grand historical narrative focuses on pharaohs and their monuments. The ostraca remind us that behind every monument were real people with real lives, dealing with the same basic human concerns that occupy people in every era: making a living, maintaining relationships, raising children, managing disputes, finding moments of joy in difficult circumstances. Amenhotep created a cult of personality through statues that proclaimed his divinity and eternal significance. The workers created those statues while worrying about whether the grain delivery would arrive on time and whether their neighbour's dog would stop barking at night. Both are part of the same story, and the ostraca ensure that we don't forget the human reality behind the monumental architecture. The legacy of Deir el-Medina is that we know more about these craftsmen than about most ancient populations. Their daily lives, documented on broken pottery and limestone flakes, survived because they lived in a literate community in a preservative climate and threw their trash into pits that became archaeological treasures. We know about their parties and divorces, their strikes and their pride in craftsmanship, their economic sophistication and their petty disputes. But let's dive deeper into the specifics of statue production, because understanding how these monuments were actually created adds necessary context to Amenhotep's cult of personality. The process started at quarries, primarily limestone quarries at Tura near Cairo, sandstone quarries in the south, and granite quarries at Aswan for the most prestigious statues. Workers at these quarries weren't just randomly hacking at rock faces. They were skilled specialists who understood stone properties, knew how to read the rock to predict where it would split cleanly, and could extract massive blocks without causing catastrophic fractures that would ruin months of work. The technique involved cutting channels around the desired block, then using wooden wedges that expanded when wetted to split the block from the surrounding stone. It was labour-intensive, time-consuming, and required considerable expertise. One wrong split could waste weeks of work and tons of valuable stone. Once extracted, blocks had to be shaped roughly at the quarry to reduce weight for transport. No point hauling more stone than necessary hundreds of miles. This rough shaping created the basic form: head, torso, legs for standing statues, or the seated position for throne statues. Then came transportation, which was its own engineering challenge. Blocks were loaded onto wooden sledges and dragged to the Nile during high water season, when the river could support heavy barges. The barges themselves were specially constructed to carry multi-ton loads without sinking or breaking apart. River transport was relatively straightforward: float downstream with the current. But getting blocks from quarry to river and from river to installation site required dragging enormous weights across desert and cultivated land using human muscle power, lubrication from water poured on sledge paths, and carefully constructed ramps and rollers. The logistics would challenge modern project managers with GPS and computers. Egyptian administrators did it with papyrus records and messengers on foot. At the installation site, sculptors began the detailed work that transformed rough stone forms into recognizable representations of Amenhotep. This required teams of specialized craftsmen, master sculptors who did the fine detail work on faces and hands, less experienced sculptors who handled larger body areas, apprentices who did rough work and learned by observation, and labourers who prepared surfaces and cleaned up debris. The work proceeded systematically, establishing proportions using standard grid systems, rough carving of major features, progressive refinement of details, final smoothing and polishing. Different sculptors had different specialties. Some excelled at facial features, the subtle expressions that made stone faces seem almost alive. Others specialized in drapery, carving fabric folds that looked soft and natural despite being carved in hard stone. Others focused on hieroglyphic inscriptions, the texts that identified the subject and ensured proper religious protocols. The tools used for sculpture were surprisingly simple: copper and later bronze chisels of various sizes, wooden or stone mallets for striking them, abrasive stones for smoothing and polishing, and copper saws for cutting details. The effectiveness came not from tool sophistication but from skill in using them. A master sculptor could make copper chisels do things that seem impossible with such soft metal working on hard stone. The secret was technique: angle of approach, strength of strikes, reading the stone's grain, knowing when to work aggressively and when to work delicately. This knowledge came from years of apprenticeship and practice. You couldn't read it in a book or learn it quickly. It required patient development of physical skills and intuitive understanding of materials. The painting of statues was the final stage, and yes, they were painted. The bare stone statues we see in museums weren't how Egyptians saw them. Originally, they were brightly coloured. Skin tones painted in appropriate shades, reddish-brown for men, lighter yellow-brown for women in artistic convention, clothing in white or colours indicating specific garments, jewellery painted in gold or appropriate colours, eyes inlaid with stone or painted to make them strikingly lifelike. The paint made statues more naturalistic and more impressive. A 60-foot-tall painted statue was way more visually overwhelming than 60 feet of bare stone. The Egyptian aesthetic was maximum visual impact, and paint delivered that impact in ways that satisfied their artistic sensibilities, even if modern viewers trained on classical Greek white marble find it garish. The religious activation ceremonies for statues were essential because Egyptians believed a statue became functionally alive through proper ritual. The opening of the mouth ceremony involved touching the statue's mouth, eyes and ears with ritual tools while reciting specific spells. This supposedly allowed the statue to see, hear, speak and receive offerings, transforming it from an inert object into a vessel for divine or royal presence. Whether this was literal belief or sophisticated metaphor is debated by scholars, but Egyptians clearly treated activated statues as more than just decorative objects. They received offerings, were addressed in prayers, participated in religious festivals when carried in processions, and were generally treated as if they housed some form of consciousness or spiritual presence. This made Amenhotep's statue campaign more than just propaganda. In Egyptian religious thought, he was creating hundreds of potential vessels for his divine essence, ensuring his presence throughout Egypt not just symbolically, but in ways his culture considered spiritually real. The distribution of statues created interesting political and religious dynamics. Major temples that received impressive Amenhotep statues gained prestige and probably increased donations and royal favour. Temple priests who maintained these statues held positions of authority in systems where controlling access to divine or royal presence conveyed power. Provincial officials who could point to Amenhotep statues in their jurisdiction demonstrated their connection to royal authority and presumably benefited politically. The statues weren't just religious objects. They were tools of political control, markers of prestige and instruments for extending royal power throughout the kingdom. Every statue represented a point of royal presence that could be invoked in ceremonies, referenced in political discourse, and used to legitimate claims to authority. It was centralized power made physically present throughout a geographically vast empire. The economic impact of statue production employed thousands of people across multiple industries for decades. Quarry workers extracting stone, transport workers moving it to the Nile and then to installation sites, sculptors doing the skilled carving work, painters applying final decoration, priests performing activation ceremonies, maintenance workers ensuring statues remained clean and properly presented. All of these people were paid or received rations, creating economic activity that rippled through Egyptian economy. The statue program wasn't just vanity, it was economic stimulus on a massive scale, providing employment and generating economic activity that supported many families who might otherwise have struggled to find work. Whether that justifies the expenditure depends on your economic philosophy, but it definitely had measurable economic effects beyond just creating monuments. Now let's return to Deir el-Medina with this context in mind, because these workers were part of the system that made Amenhotep's ambitions reality. The village wasn't just housing for tomb builders, it was infrastructure for maintaining specialized knowledge and skilled workforce across generations. The Egyptian state invested in this community because skilled craftsmen were valuable and took years to train. You couldn't just grab random people off the street and expect them to produce the quality work required for royal tombs. You needed specialists who'd trained since childhood, learned from masters, and developed expertise through practice. Deir el-Medina was essentially a vocational school crossed with a permanent workforce, maintained at state expense because the alternative, training new workers from scratch for every project, would be impossibly inefficient. The ostraca reveal the education system in action. There are practice pieces where students copied standard texts to learn hieratic script, the cursive form of hieroglyphics used for daily writing. There are examples of apprentice work where beginners practiced basic carving or painting techniques on throwaway pieces before being trusted with actual tomb work. There are notes from masters to students critiquing their work, sometimes encouraging, sometimes brutally honest. Your figure proportions are improving. Your eye for detail is good, but your hieroglyphs are still messy. Practice more. The education was practical and standards-based. You progressed when your work met standards, not when you'd completed a set curriculum. Some apprentices advanced quickly. Others took years. Some never achieved mastery and remained permanent journeymen doing adequate but not excellent work. The social stratification within the village reflected skill levels and seniority. Master craftsmen had larger houses, better food rations, more authority in community decisions. Journeymen had middling positions, comfortable but not prestigious. Apprentices and unskilled workers occupied the bottom rung, smallest houses, basic rations, minimal social influence. This hierarchy was generally accepted but not without tension. The ostraca document occasional resentment from younger workers who felt they deserved promotion, disputes about whether someone's work quality justified their status, and arguments about fair distribution of desirable assignments. Why does Userhat always get the detailed facial work while I'm stuck carving background figures? My skills are comparable. The foreman plays favourites. Merit-based systems in theory become subject to favouritism and politics in practice, another universal pattern across human societies. The gender dynamics at Deir el-Medina were more complex than simple patriarchy, though it was definitely a male-dominated society. Men did the tomb work, held official positions, dominated public life. But women controlled household economies, conducted their own business, owned property, and wielded considerable informal power. The ostraca document women's economic activities extensively: buying, selling, lending, borrowing, hiring labour, managing resources. A capable woman could become wealthy through shrewd business dealings. Some women appear repeatedly in economic documents, clearly operating successful enterprises alongside their domestic responsibilities. The system wasn't equal by modern standards, but it offered women more agency and economic power than many other ancient cultures provided. The marriage patterns documented in ostraca show a mix of practical arrangement and personal choice. Some marriages were clearly family arrangements designed to consolidate property or strengthen social connections. Others appear to have been based on mutual attraction or personal preference. The ostraca include love letters, marriage negotiations, divorce settlements, and adultery accusations, the full spectrum of romantic and sexual relationships. One particularly entertaining ostracon documents a marriage proposal that goes wrong. I offered 3 sacks of grain and a copper deben for her bride price. Her father demanded 5 sacks and 2 debens. I told him she's not worth that much. He told me I'm not worthy of his daughter at any price. The negotiations ended poorly. I'm looking elsewhere for a wife. Ancient dating and marriage economics, documented with refreshing honesty on pottery shards. The health challenges faced by Deir el-Medina residents are documented in ostraca requesting time off work for illness or injury. The conditions mentioned include eye infections, common in dusty, bright desert environments, respiratory problems, probably from breathing stone dust during carving, joint pain from repetitive motion and aging, scorpion stings, snake bites, and various fevers and digestive complaints. The treatments mentioned combine practical medicine and magic, applying honey and herbs to the wound, reciting healing spells, wearing an amulet of protection, hoping for the best. Egyptian medicine was actually quite advanced in some areas. They could set bones, perform basic surgery, prescribe effective herbal remedies. But they also hedge their bets with magical protection, because why take chances when divine intervention might help? The community's relationship with alcohol is evident throughout the ostraca. Beer was a staple beverage, consumed daily by all ages, including children, because it was nutritious and safer than water. But stronger beer and wine were consumed at parties, festivals, and social gatherings, sometimes to excess. The ostraca document hangovers, cannot work today, head hurts, stomach unhappy, learned nothing from last time. They document drunk behavior that caused problems, property damage, fights, inappropriate comments that required apologies the next day. They document warnings from foremen about showing up to work intoxicated. Ancient Egyptians enjoyed drinking, sometimes overdid it, and dealt with consequences that humans throughout history have experienced after poor alcohol-related decisions. The more things change, the more they stay the same. The children's games and activities mentioned in ostraca suggest that young people had time for play despite the often harsh conditions. They played with toys, dolls, balls, toy weapons, miniature tools. They played physical games in the streets, running games, throwing games, wrestling. They helped with household and eventually professional work, but they also had childhoods that included play, learning, and gradual assumption of adult responsibilities. One ostracon complains about children making too much noise. The children playing in the street are so loud I cannot concentrate on my writing. Someone should supervise them better or move their games elsewhere. Parents struggling with noisy children is apparently an eternal human experience. The pets mentioned in ostraca were mainly functional animals, but some were clearly kept for companionship. Dogs that guarded houses but also were family companions, mentioned by name in documents with evident affection. Cats that controlled rodents but also were described as household members. One ostracon mentions grief over a deceased cat. My cat died today. She was a good cat who kept the house free of mice for 7 years. I will miss her. Ancient people forming emotional attachments to pets and experiencing genuine grief when they died. Familiar feelings across millennia. The festival celebrations at Deir el-Medina were highlights of the year, documented extensively in ostraca. These were times when normal work stopped, special rations were distributed, and the community celebrated together with food, drink, music, and general festivity. The preparations were elaborate. Additional food had to be sourced, beer brewed in larger quantities, special garments prepared, communal spaces cleaned and decorated. The festivals themselves lasted days, with religious ceremonies in the morning and secular celebration in the evening. The ostraca mentioned people drinking too much, dancing until exhausted, singing songs that were probably increasingly off-key as the evening progressed, and generally enjoying a break from work routine. The morning after complaints suggest these festivals were thoroughly enjoyed. Festival was excellent. Current headache is terrible. Worth it anyway. The disputes about inheritance documented in ostraca reveal the complications that arose when property needed to be divided among heirs. Egyptian inheritance customs generally divided property among all children, not just the eldest son as in many cultures. This created practical problems when property couldn't be easily divided. How do you fairly split one house among 3 siblings? The ostraca document family meetings where inheritances were negotiated, arguments about fair division, accusations that someone received more than their fair share, and eventually resolutions that left some parties unhappy but prevented complete family breakdown. My brother got the house, my sister got most of the furniture, I got the smallest share even though I cared for our father in his final years. The village elders say the division is fair. I disagree but accept it to avoid worse family conflict. Ancient inheritance drama with deeply human elements of resentment, obligation, and eventual pragmatic acceptance. The workers' awareness of their role in Egyptian history comes through occasionally in ostraca. They knew they were creating monuments that would last beyond their lifetimes. Some took pride in this. My work will be seen by people hundreds of years from now. That matters. Others were more cynical. We're decorating tombs for dead rich people while our own houses lack basic amenities. The irony is not lost on me. The tension between pride in craftsmanship and awareness of class disparities created complex attitudes that the ostraca capture, in fragmentary but revealing glimpses. The technical innovations developed by Deir el-Medina craftsmen sometimes appear in ostraca as notes about improved techniques or tools. Discovered that mixing this proportion of ingredients creates plaster that sets faster without cracking. New chisel angle works better for detailed carving in limestone. Lighting technique using polished copper mirrors brings more light into deep tomb chambers. These weren't formal scientific papers, They were practical notes among craftsmen sharing information that made their work easier or better. But collectively, they document ongoing technical development driven by practical problem-solving rather than theoretical research. The people doing the work were constantly refining their methods, and occasionally that refinement led to genuine innovations that improved outcomes. The relationship between tomb workers and the wealthy elite who commissioned their work created interesting social dynamics. Workers were dependent on elite patronage for employment, but were also essential to elite aspirations for eternal commemoration. This gave skilled workers some leverage. An incompetent or deliberately sloppy craftsman could ruin months of work and seriously damage a tomb's quality. This meant workers had to be kept reasonably satisfied, not necessarily happy, but satisfied enough that they'd do good work rather than sabotaging through malicious compliance or simple negligence. The ostraca hint at this dynamic. Mentions of bonuses for exceptional work, warnings about dismissal for poor quality, negotiations about working conditions. It was an employer-employee relationship with some balance of power, even if heavily tilted toward employers. The community's collective memory extended across generations, with stories and knowledge passed down through family lines. The ostraca occasionally mention, as my grandfather did, or the traditional method taught by the old masters. This oral tradition supplemented written instruction and ensured that techniques developed over centuries were preserved and transmitted. When an elderly master craftsman died, the community lost not just a person but a repository of knowledge and experience. The ostraca document respect for elders partly because of their accumulated wisdom. They'd seen and solved problems that younger workers hadn't yet encountered. Their knowledge was valuable in very practical ways. The psychological impact of working in tombs, dark enclosed spaces associated with death, must have been significant, though the ostraca don't directly address this much. Tomb work required spending days in underground chambers lit only by lamps, breathing air thick with stone dust, surrounded by imagery of death and afterlife. It was probably psychologically challenging work, even if it was familiar and routine to people who'd done it their entire lives. The ostraca mention occasional reluctance to work in certain tombs. That tomb has bad luck. 2 workers injured, 1 died. Others are nervous about continuing work there. Whether this was superstition or rational response to actually dangerous working conditions is unclear, but it shows workers paying attention to patterns and trying to avoid locations associated with negative outcomes. The evidence of literacy among Deir el-Medina workers is itself remarkable. In a world where most people couldn't read or write, this community had substantial literacy rates. Not universal, but high enough that written communication was common and expected. The ostraca demonstrate that literacy wasn't just for scribes and priests. Craftsmen used it for personal correspondence, business dealings, legal documents, and casual notes. This literacy was practical and functional. People learned to read and write because it was useful in their daily lives, not because of any abstract educational ideal. But the result was a community where written communication was normal, creating the extensive archaeological record we benefit from today. The weather complaints in ostraca are endearing because complaining about weather is such a universal human behaviour. Too hot to work today. The foreman disagrees, but he's not the one carving stone in a tomb chamber that feels like the sun's interior. Rare rain turned the paths to mud. Delayed getting to work site. Everything is now damp and miserable. Wind yesterday filled the tomb with dust. Spent the morning cleaning before we could resume work. Weather affected ancient workers just like it affects modern ones, and ancient workers complained about it just like modern ones do, because apparently weather has been annoying humans forever. The evidence of innovation in art styles during the Amarna period, after Amenhotep III's reign, suggests that workers at Deir el-Medina weren't just executing orders, but had some creative input. The dramatic shift in artistic conventions during Akhenaten's reign couldn't have happened if workers were merely mechanical reproducers of standard forms. They had to be knowledgeable about artistic conventions, capable of adapting to new styles, and skilled enough to implement changes while maintaining quality. This suggests they understood their craft at a deep level and had some agency in artistic production, even if they worked within strict parameters set by royal and religious authorities. The community's integration into larger Egyptian society is evident in ostraca mentioning travel to other locations, trade with outside merchants, marriages with people from other villages, and awareness of national events. Deir el-Medina wasn't completely isolated. It was a specialized community but not sealed off from the world. Workers traveled for various reasons, visiting family, conducting business, attending festivals at major temples, carrying messages or goods. These connections prevented the village from becoming completely insular and ensured workers remained aware of broader Egyptian culture and politics. The final point worth emphasizing is that the ostraca from Deir el-Medina survived because they were considered trash. These weren't carefully preserved official documents, they were discarded writings that happened to survive in dry conditions. This means we're seeing unfiltered glimpses of daily life, not curated presentations of how people wanted to be remembered. The ostraca are raw and honest because nobody expected them to last, let alone be studied by archaeologists 3,000 years later. This makes them invaluable historical sources. We're seeing ancient Egyptians as they actually were, not as they wanted to be portrayed. And what we see is people dealing with universal human concerns, making a living, maintaining relationships, pursuing justice, finding joy, enduring hardship, complaining about annoying neighbours, taking pride in good work, resenting unfairness, loving their families, and generally being human in all its messy complexity. So we've come full circle, from Amenhotep's cult of personality expressed through hundreds of statues, to the workers who created those statues while living lives of surprising sophistication, complexity, and ordinary humanity. The grand historical narrative focuses on pharaohs and monuments. The ostraca remind us that history is also made by ordinary people, whose names we'll never know, but whose voices miraculously survived. Let's get more specific about some particularly revealing ostraca that illuminate daily life in ways that official records never could. There's one ostracon that documents a neighbourhood dispute over a wall. My neighbour Amenhotep built his wall 3 fingers too far into my property. I told him to move it. He told me my measurements are wrong. We're taking this to the village council because neither of us is backing down over 3 fingers of property line. The pettiness is remarkable and completely relatable. Property disputes have been annoying neighbours since humans invented property, and apparently the specific threshold for too annoyed to let it go was already 3 fingers width in ancient Egypt. Another ostracon documents a marital argument that got out of hand. My wife threw a pot at me during an argument about whose turn it was to fetch water. The pot missed but broke against the wall. Now we're arguing about who pays to replace the pot in addition to the original argument about water fetching duties. Marriage is complicated. The dry matter-of-fact tone makes it even funnier. This wasn't a dramatic retelling. It was someone documenting the mundane disasters of married life with the resigned awareness that this was just another day ending in conflict over stupid things. Modern couples arguing about whose turn it is to do dishes would recognize the dynamic instantly. There's an entire category of ostraca documenting excuses for missing work, and they range from legitimate to transparently false. Cannot work today because my mother-in-law is visiting and family obligations require my presence. Absent due to scorpion sting, the scorpion denies responsibility but I have the wound to prove it. Did not come to work because the path to the valley was blocked by aggressive baboons. This sounds like an excuse but is actually true. Ask anyone who tried to get to the worksite yesterday. The tone in that last one suggests this worker knew exactly how ridiculous it sounded and wanted to preempt skepticism. Baboons were apparently a real problem in the area, and occasionally they did create genuine obstacles to reaching work sites, but it's still the ancient equivalent of "my dog ate my homework" in terms of how believable it sounds. The documentation of personal loans reveals the complexity of informal banking systems in the village. Amenhotep loaned Paneb 5 copper debens 3 months ago. Paneb has paid back 2 debens but still owes 3. Wait, 5 minus 2 is 3, mathematics works out. Paneb promises to pay the remaining 3 debens after next harvest. Amenhotep is skeptical but accepting of these terms while reserving the right to complain publicly if payment isn't forthcoming. The aside about checking the math is perfect. Someone clearly wanted to make sure they weren't making arithmetic errors in a document that might be used in a dispute. Public reputation mattered in a small community, and being known as someone who failed to repay debts had real social consequences. Food preparation and meal planning appear frequently in ostraca, often in the context of complaints about supply shortages. Bread supply is running low. Beer is adequate but not great quality. Vegetables are mostly onions and some tired-looking greens. The officials promise better supplies next week, but they promised that last week too. We're maintaining standards as best we can under circumstances beyond our control. The resignation is palpable. These workers understood they were dependent on a supply system that didn't always function reliably, and they'd learned to manage expectations accordingly. The complaint about beer quality is particularly relatable. Even when basic needs are met, people still care about quality and will complain if standards decline. Human nature doesn't change. The references to clothing and textile issues reveal another dimension of daily life. My good tunic is worn out. Need to trade for new fabric or get someone to weave me a replacement. The cost is annoying, but walking around in rags is worse. Dignity costs money, turns out. Clothing was expensive in the ancient world because all textiles were handmade through labour-intensive processes. Wearing good clothing signalled status and self-respect, but maintaining a wardrobe required ongoing investment. Workers had to balance practical clothing needs against limited resources, a calculation that involved both economics and social presentation. The celebrations documented in Ostraca show that despite difficult living conditions, the community found reasons to celebrate and enjoy life. Birth celebration at Akhenatep's house tonight. His wife delivered a healthy son. Expect food, beer, music, and general happiness. Attendance expected unless you have excellent excuse. Birth celebrations were important social events that reinforced community bonds and marked significant life transitions. The expectation of attendance suggests these weren't optional social events. You were expected to show up and celebrate with your neighbours unless you had a genuinely good reason to skip. Community cohesion wasn't just a nice idea, it was a practical necessity in a small, isolated village where people depended on each other. The religious observances at the personal level reveal a different side of Egyptian religion than the grand temple ceremonies. Prayed to Ptah for success in today's carving work. Offered incense and beer. Hope the god listens because this particular stone is difficult and I need divine assistance alongside my own skill. The matter-of-fact combination of prayer and practical acknowledgement of skill is telling. Workers didn't expect gods to do their work for them, but they did hope for divine assistance in challenging situations. It was practical religion that complemented rather than replaced human effort. The evidence of intergenerational conflict appears in Ostraca complaining about younger workers. These young craftsmen lack respect for traditional methods. They think they can improve on techniques that have worked for generations. Some of their innovations are actually good, but I'm not admitting that to their faces because they're already too confident. The grudging acknowledgement that young people might occasionally have good ideas despite being annoying is perfect. Generational tension has apparently existed as long as generations have existed, and the older generation has always been simultaneously critical of and secretly impressed by younger workers' innovations. The documentation of thefts within the community shows that even in a tight-knit village, crime happened. Someone stole my good bronze saw from the workshop. This is particularly annoying because I know everyone in this village and one of them is a thief. I'm investigating, but suspects are numerous because everyone knew where I kept my tools. Trust has been damaged. Also, I need my saw back for tomorrow's work. The betrayal seems to hurt more than the actual loss. In a small community where everyone knew each other, theft felt like personal betrayal rather than just property crime. The practical concern about needing the saw for work is also very human. Yes, principles matter, but also I have a job to do, and now lack necessary equipment. The evidence of worker solidarity during difficult times shows the community's strength. Peneb's family is struggling after his injury prevented him from working. We're collectively contributing extra rations to help them through. It's not charity, it's community survival. Today we help Peneb, tomorrow someone helps us. That's how this works. The explicit rejection of charity framing is interesting. Workers saw mutual aid as practical reciprocity rather than one-way giving. It was enlightened self-interest combined with genuine concern for community members, creating a safety net that operated through social obligation rather than formal institutions. The complaints about administrative inefficiency appear frequently. The new scribe calculating our rations apparently learned mathematics from someone who wasn't very good at it. Our allocations are wrong. We've complained. He's checking his work. We're waiting. This is fine. Everything is fine. We're definitely not annoyed. The sarcasm is subtle but definitely present. The repeated assurances that everything is fine clearly communicate that everything is not fine. Ancient Egyptian workers understood passive-aggressive communication and documented it in writing for eternity, which is a gift to historians and comedy fans alike. The documentation of weather events that disrupted normal life reveals how dependent ancient communities were on environmental conditions they couldn't control. Unusual rainstorm flooded several houses and made the streets impassable. Work is cancelled while we clean up and repair damage. Some people are treating this as unexpected holiday. Others are stressed about the repairs. I'm both, enjoying the day off while worrying about my damaged storage area where I kept my grain supply. Multitasking emotions. The ability to hold conflicting feelings simultaneously is very human. Ancient Egyptians experienced the same emotional complexity we do when unexpected events create mixed outcomes. The evidence of musical and artistic activities pursued for personal enjoyment rather than professional requirements shows that craftsmen had cultural interests beyond their work. Practicing new song the travelling musician taught us last week. My singing voice is apparently offensive to my neighbours who have requested I practice elsewhere or not at all. Continuing to practice because art requires dedication and my neighbours can deal with it. The determination to pursue artistic activity despite lack of talent or neighbour support is endearing and relatable. Not everyone who loves music is good at music, but that hasn't stopped humans from singing throughout history, much to their neighbours' frequent dismay. The evidence of literacy being used for personal creative expression appears in occasional poetry or literary attempts preserved on ostraca. These aren't polished works, they're more like creative writing practice or personal journaling. The desert wind blows hot today. The work is hard, but hands are skilled. The stone will last when we are gone. Is that immortality or just stone? Philosophical thoughts while on break. The meditations on mortality and permanence suggest workers thought deeply about their role in creating monuments that would outlast them. It wasn't just a job, it was participation in something larger, even if that participation came with a side of existential questioning. The evidence of medical knowledge and folk remedies documents practical healthcare in a community that sometimes had access to professional healers and sometimes had to improvise. Recipe for treating scorpion sting. Crush these specific leaves, mix with oil, apply to wound while reciting protective spell. Work sometimes. Other times the person dies. Medicine is unpredictable. The frank acknowledgement that treatments didn't always work is refreshing. Ancient Egyptians didn't have modern medicine success rates, and they knew it. They tried what remedies they had and hoped for the best, which was really their only option. The documentation of debt forgiveness and financial mercy shows community ethics in action. Camus owed me 3 Debens, but his circumstances have become dire through no fault of his own. I'm forgiving the debt because destroying him financially helps no one and makes me look cruel. Reputation matters. Also, he might be able to repay me someday when his situation improves, and maintaining that possibility is worth more than insisting on immediate payment. The calculation is both ethical and practical. Doing the right thing also happened to be the smart thing economically and socially. Enlightened self-interest creating good outcomes, documented on pottery. The evidence of children being educated and socialized into the community appears in ostraca mentioning young people learning trades and social expectations. My son is finally understanding proper chisel technique after months of frustrating attempts. Pride and relief in equal measure. Soon he'll be a competent craftsman who can support himself and maybe even help support me in my old age. Investment in children is investment in future survival. Also, I'm genuinely proud of him, independent of practical calculations. The mixture of practical concern and parental love is touching. Ancient parents worried about their children's futures while also feeling genuine affection and pride in their accomplishments, just like parents throughout history. The evidence of the village's integration into Egyptian religious calendar appears in preparations for major festivals. Valley Festival approaching. Need to prepare offerings, clean house, arrange time off from work, coordinate with neighbours about communal activities. The logistics of celebrating properly are extensive but worth it. Community cohesion requires shared celebration, and honestly, we could all use a break and some good food. The acknowledgement that festivals served both religious and social functions suggests people understood they were participating in something with multiple meanings, honouring gods, maintaining traditions, and also just having a good time with neighbours. The evidence of long-term planning and savings appears in ostraca documenting workers setting aside resources for future needs. Saving copper debens for eventual house repairs. Progress is slow but steady. If I can save 1 deben per month, in 2 years I'll have enough for the major repairs my house needs before it falls apart entirely. Planning for future while dealing with present is exhausting but necessary. The financial planning is sophisticated. Workers understood delayed gratification, long-term thinking, and the need to prepare for future expenses. They weren't just living day to day, they were actively managing resources across time horizons that required patience and discipline. Amenhotep wanted eternal memory through statues that proclaimed his divinity and importance. The workers at Deir el-Medina got eternal memory by writing shopping lists, divorce complaints, work excuses, and philosophical musings on broken pottery that survived because the Egyptian climate preserves trash remarkably well. Both achieved immortality, just through very different means. and arguably, the workers' legacy tells us more about what it meant to be human in ancient Egypt. The daily struggles, the small joys, the petty conflicts, the genuine connections, the practical wisdom, the universal human tendency to complain about weather and neighbours and annoying administrators. History from above gives us monuments and kings. History from below gives us people in all their messy, complicated, endearing humanity. Both are important, but the ostraca from Deir el-Medina remind us that the workers who built history's grand monuments were humans first, craftsmen second, and their fully human lives deserve remembering just as much as the pharaohs they served. Maybe more, because while we can all relate to marital arguments and noisy neighbours, very few of us will ever commission 60-foot-tall statues of ourselves. The workers were us, just 3,000 years earlier, and dealing with different specific challenges but the same underlying human concerns. That's the real legacy, not the monuments that impressed contemporaries, but the documents that help us understand our shared humanity across vast gulfs of time. While workers at Deir el-Medina were carving tombs and complaining about late grain deliveries, the religious infrastructure of Egypt hummed along with the consistency of a well-oiled machine, except instead of oil it ran on ritual observance and the labour of hundreds of priests working in shifts around the clock. The centre of this religious machine was Karnak, the massive temple complex at Thebes dedicated primarily to Amun-Ra, the king of gods. And when I say this temple never slept, I'm not being poetic. Karnak operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with priests maintaining continuous ritual cycles that supposedly kept the universe functioning properly. It was the ancient equivalent of a nuclear power plant, constant monitoring required because if operations stopped, bad things would theoretically happen to reality itself. No pressure on the night shift priests or anything. The daily cycle at Karnak began before dawn, with the morning ritual of awakening the god. This wasn't a simple good morning and moving on with the day. This was an elaborate ceremony requiring multiple priests, specific ritual implements, and a carefully choreographed series of actions that had been performed the same way for centuries. The high priest, or a designated deputy because the high priest wasn't personally handling every dawn ritual, would approach the inner sanctuary where the cult statue of Amun resided. The sanctuary doors were sealed overnight with clay seals that had to be broken each morning, because apparently gods need privacy while they sleep, and you can't just leave the door open. The priest would break the seals, open the doors, and address the god with hymns welcoming the new day. Then came the purification. The statue was washed with water from the sacred lake, anointed with oils, dressed in fresh linen garments, and adorned with jewellery. Because even divine statues need their morning routine, apparently. The morning offerings followed: bread, beer, meat, vegetables, fruit, incense, all presented to the god with specific prayers and gestures. The food would sit before the statue while the god's spiritual essence supposedly consumed the offering's spiritual essence, after which the physical food was redistributed to priests as payment for their services. It was a convenient system. The gods got their offerings, the priests got fed, and everyone could claim they were fulfilling religious duties while also solving the practical problem of feeding a large priestly workforce. The Egyptians called this the reversion of offerings, which is a much more dignified term than leftovers from the gods, though that's functionally what it was. Not that priests complained about divine leftovers. Free food is free food, and temple rations were generally better quality than what most Egyptians ate regularly. After the morning ritual, the sanctuary doors were sealed again until the next ceremony. The god apparently needed alone time between services, which were scheduled throughout the day: midday offerings, afternoon rituals, evening ceremonies. Each followed similar patterns with variations based on time of day and ritual purpose. The repetition was the point. Maintaining cosmic order required consistent, reliable performance of rituals that had been done the same way since time immemorial, or at least since someone important enough had established the current version as the correct one. Innovation in religious ritual was generally discouraged because if something had worked for centuries, changing it seemed like an unnecessary risk to universal stability. The nighttime operations at Karnak were different but no less important. While most of the temple slept, a skeleton crew of priests maintained astronomical observations from the roof and conducted protective rituals meant to safeguard against nocturnal threats to cosmic order. Egyptian priests were serious astronomers who tracked stellar and planetary movements with remarkable precision. They needed to because the Egyptian calendar was based on astronomical observations, and religious ceremonies had to be timed to specific celestial events. The priests who conducted these observations were specialists who trained for years to recognize star patterns, track planetary movements, and calculate when specific astronomical events would occur. They were scientist priests, which sounds like a cool job until you remember it involved spending Egyptian nights on temple roofs with no artificial lighting beyond oil lamps, trying to distinguish subtle differences in star positions while taking notes on papyrus that would be used to maintain the calendar and schedule future rituals. The accumulation of wealth by Karnak was staggering and accelerated throughout the New Kingdom period, reaching a peak during and after Amenhotep III's reign. Temples received donations from pharaohs, offerings from wealthy individuals seeking divine favour, tribute from conquered territories, revenue from temple-owned lands and workshops, and a share of state income designated for religious purposes. Karnak wasn't just a temple, it was an economic empire that owned vast agricultural lands, employed thousands of workers, maintained its own workshops producing goods for both religious and commercial purposes, and functioned as a bank where people could deposit valuables for safekeeping. The temple's wealth was measured in gold, cattle, land, slaves, and various other assets that collectively made it one of the richest institutions in Egypt, perhaps rivaling the royal treasury itself. The administrative infrastructure required to manage this wealth was substantial. Karnak employed a bureaucracy of scribes, accountants, overseers, and managers who tracked assets, recorded transactions, collected revenues, and ensured resources were allocated appropriately. The records they kept, some of which survived, document an organization of stunning complexity. Inventories listed thousands of items. Tax records tracked revenue from temple lands. Work rosters documented priestly assignments. Accounts tracked offerings received and distributed. It was corporate management applied to religious operations because even divine service required someone to handle logistics and keep the books balanced. The priests themselves were organized in a hierarchy that reflected both religious importance and administrative authority. At the top was the high priest of Amun, who was essentially CEO of this religious corporation and wielded enormous political influence. Below him were various ranks of priests with specialized roles. Some conducted rituals, others managed property, others handled education and training, others supervised workshops and agricultural operations. The lower-ranking priests rotated through shifts, working for part of the year and returning to civilian life during off-duty periods. It was part-time religious service for most priests, though high-ranking positions were full-time careers that could make someone wealthy and politically powerful. The political power of Karnak's priesthood was a constant factor in Egyptian politics. High priests had direct access to pharaohs, controlled enormous resources, influenced public opinion through religious authority, and could make life difficult for rulers who crossed them. Smart pharaohs maintained good relationships with Karnak's priesthood through generous donations, respect for religious traditions, and appointments that kept priestly leadership loyal to the throne. The balance between royal and priestly power was delicate and occasionally broke down when ambitious priests overreached, or when pharaohs decided to assert authority over religious institutions. That tension between temporal and spiritual power would become critically important during the reign of Amenhotep III's son, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. The temple's role in education shouldn't be overlooked. Karnak maintained scribal schools where young men learned reading, writing, mathematics, astronomy, religious texts, and various other subjects necessary for careers in temple administration or state bureaucracy. The education was rigorous and selective. Not everyone who applied was accepted, and not everyone who was accepted completed the training. But those who did became part of Egypt's literate elite, qualified for positions in temple or state administration that offered good pay, social prestige, and relative job security. Karnak wasn't just preserving religious traditions, it was reproducing the educated class that made Egyptian civilization function. The daily life of working priests at Karnak varied considerably based on rank and assignment. High-ranking priests lived comfortably in substantial houses, received generous rations and stipends, had slaves or servants handling domestic work, and enjoyed social status that opened doors throughout Egyptian society. Lower-ranking priests had more modest circumstances, smaller housing, basic rations, manual labour mixed with ritual duties, and social standing that was respectable but not elite. But even lower-ranking priests were better off than most Egyptians. They were literate, employed in relatively secure positions, associated with powerful institutions, and had opportunities for advancement if they proved competent and politically astute. The connection between Karnak and royal power was symbiotic. Pharaohs funded the temple and received religious legitimation in return. The priests proclaimed pharaohs as divine rulers chosen by the gods. conducted coronation ceremonies that validated royal authority, maintained cults for deceased pharaohs, and generally provided ideological support for royal power. In exchange, pharaohs showered Karnak with donations, constructed additions to the temple complex, appointed loyal people to high positions in the priestly hierarchy, and protected temple privileges and property. Each side needed the other. Pharaohs needed religious legitimation, priests needed royal patronage. The system worked well when both sides played their roles appropriately. But this entire system, centuries in the making, built through the accumulated wealth and ritual tradition of generations, was about to experience a disruption that would make modern corporate restructuring look gentle by comparison. Because Amenhotep III's son, who took the throne as Amenhotep IV before changing his name to Akhenaten, looked at the entire religious establishment of Egypt, the temples, the priesthoods, the traditional gods, the accumulated ritual practices, and essentially said, yeah, I'm going to burn all of that down and start over with something completely different. It was a religious revolution initiated from the top by a pharaoh with the power to actually implement radical changes, and it went about as well as most revolutions do, which is to say it created enormous disruption before eventually being reversed by people who preferred the old system. Akhenaten's religious vision centered on the Aten, the visible sun disk, elevated to supreme deity status while all other gods were demoted or denied entirely. This wasn't just adding another god to Egypt's already crowded pantheon. This was something closer to monotheism, or at least radical henotheism, where one god was so supreme that other gods became irrelevant. The Aten was accessible directly without priestly intermediation, which conveniently undermined the power of traditional priesthoods. The pharaoh and his family were the Aten's primary worshippers and intermediaries, which conveniently concentrated religious authority in the royal family. It was either a genuine religious revelation or a brilliantly cynical power grab disguised as theology, and historians still debate which interpretation is more accurate. Probably it was both. Akhenaten seems to have been a true believer who also recognized the political advantages of religious revolution. The practical implementation of Akhenaten's revolution was dramatic and traumatic for Egyptian society. Traditional temples were closed or had their funding cut severely. The names of traditional gods were chiseled off monuments. Amun's name in particular was targeted for erasure, which was both religious reform and petty vandalism depending on your perspective. Priests of traditional gods lost their positions, their income, and their social status. The vast economic network centered on temples like Karnak was disrupted. People whose livelihoods depended on traditional religious operations, craftsmen producing ritual objects, farmers working temple lands, merchants supplying offerings, all faced economic hardship as the old system was dismantled. Akhenaten didn't just close temples, he built an entirely new capital city from scratch. Amarna, located in Middle Egypt on virgin ground with no previous religious associations, was designed as the center of Aten worship and Akhenaten's new religious order. The city was built quickly using primarily mud brick with stone reserved for temples and important structures. The royal palace, the great temple of the Aten, housing for officials and workers, workshops, administrative buildings, all constructed in a matter of years through massive mobilization of labor and resources. It was an impressive construction achievement, and also a logistical nightmare that required diverting enormous resources from other projects to build a capital city on a schedule that made proper planning nearly impossible. The artistic style that developed at Amarna broke dramatically with Egyptian convention. Traditional Egyptian art showed idealized figures with perfect proportions and serene expressions. Amarna art showed elongated skulls, protruding bellies, exaggerated features, and emotional expressiveness that looked bizarre compared to traditional styles. Akhenaten himself was depicted with features that were either artistic convention, evidence of actual medical conditions, or deliberate distortion meant to convey his special relationship with the divine. His wife Nefertiti was shown as almost equal to him in official imagery, which was unusual for Egyptian queens. The couple was depicted in intimate family scenes that would have been considered too informal for traditional royal art. It was artistic revolution matching the religious revolution, and like the religious changes, it was controversial and ultimately short-lived. The impact on Karnak was devastating. The temple that never slept was forced into hibernation. Funding was cut. Priesthoods were dissolved or drastically reduced. The daily rituals that had been performed continuously for centuries were stopped or maintained by skeleton crews with minimal resources. The economic empire that Karnak had built over generations was dismantled. Property was seized or reassigned. The power structure that had made high priests of Amun among the most powerful people in Egypt was broken. It must have felt apocalyptic to those who'd built their lives and careers around traditional religious institutions. The cosmic order they'd maintained through ritual was supposedly collapsing, and from their perspective they were probably right. The religious revolution also had social and psychological impacts that are harder to quantify but no less real. Traditional Egyptian religion offered answers to fundamental questions about life, death, and the universe. It provided rituals for marking life transitions, explaining suffering, seeking help in difficult times, and ensuring proper treatment in the afterlife. Akhenaten's revolution disrupted all of that. The old gods were suddenly off limits. Traditional funeral practices associated with Osiris and the afterlife judgment were replaced with vaguer Atenist concepts. People who'd prayed to Amun or Ptah or Hathor their entire lives were told those gods weren't real or weren't important. It was psychologically destabilizing in ways that are hard for modern secular observers to fully appreciate. When your entire cosmology is upended by royal decree, it creates existential uncertainty that affects how you understand everything. Akhenaten's reign lasted about 17 years before his death, after which the revolution rapidly unraveled. His successor Tutankhamun, originally named Tutankhaten in honor of the Aten, changed his name to reflect the return to traditional gods and moved the capital back to Thebes. The traditional temples were reopened, their priesthoods restored, their funding resumed. The names of traditional gods were recarved on monuments where they'd been erased. Amarna was gradually abandoned, its buildings dismantled for stone to use elsewhere, its brief moment as Egypt's capital ending after barely 2 decades. The Atenist revolution was methodically reversed by people who wanted to pretend it had never happened. Which brings us to Tutankhamun's tomb, because when Howard Carter discovered it in 1922, he found something that tells us a lot about how Egypt dealt with the Amarna period's uncomfortable legacy. The tomb is famous for being almost intact, one of the few Egyptian royal burials that wasn't completely looted in ancient times. But what's equally significant is what was actually in that tomb, because approximately 80% of the grave goods weren't made for Tutankhamun. They were repurposed items from previous owners, primarily Akhenaten and Nefertiti. That golden death mask that's become the iconic image of ancient Egypt, originally made for someone else, probably Nefertiti, and modified to serve as Tutankhamun's burial mask. The cartouches were changed, some features were altered, but the basic mask predates Tutankhamun's death. This wasn't because Egypt was too poor to make proper burial equipment for Tutankhamun. This was deliberate policy, burying the Amarna period's material culture literally in the ground where it couldn't be seen or used by anyone else. Tutankhamun died young, probably around age 19, after a brief reign spent restoring traditional religion and trying to stabilize a kingdom disrupted by his predecessor's revolution. His death created a problem. He needed proper burial quickly, but he also represented the last direct connection to the Amarna royal line. The solution was to bury him with spectacular wealth that demonstrated respect for kingship, while using material from the Amarna period that was too valuable to destroy, but too associated with religious disruption to keep in circulation. The tomb goods included furniture with Akhenaten's and Nefertiti's names or cartouches that had been modified to apply to Tutankhamun. Ritual objects that had been used in Atenist worship were repurposed for traditional burial. Personal items from Amarna's royal family were included as grave goods. It was essentially a very expensive recycling project that served multiple purposes, giving Tutankhamun a properly equipped burial, disposing of Amarna period material culture, and symbolically burying an entire era of religious disruption. The tomb became a time capsule for the Amarna period, preserving material that otherwise would have been destroyed or melted down for raw materials. The modifications to repurposed items weren't always careful. The golden mask shows evidence of reworking. Some features don't quite match, some inscriptions were clearly changed. Other items show similar signs of adaptation. The workmanship was still high quality, but it had the character of rush work, skilled craftsmen doing good work quickly rather than taking time to achieve perfection. This makes sense given that Tutankhamun's death was unexpected and burial preparation had to happen on a compressed schedule. The 70 days of mummification provided limited time to prepare everything needed for royal burial, especially when much of it required modification rather than new manufacture. The religious implications of this repurposing were complex. On one hand, the tomb followed traditional burial practices and invoked traditional gods, Osiris, Anubis, the full pantheon that Akhenaten had tried to suppress. On the other hand, it contained material from the Atenist period, creating a weird hybrid that acknowledged Tutankhamun's connection to the previous regime, while framing his reign as a return to proper order. The tomb's decoration showed traditional scenes of the afterlife journey, but the presence of Amarna period objects created subtle reminders of the disrupted era. It was attempting to have things both ways, honour Tutankhamun as a legitimate pharaoh, while distance him from the controversial reforms of his predecessor. The later treatment of Amarna period rulers by the Egyptian state was harsh and systematic. Akhenaten was struck from official king lists, his name erased from monuments, his memory condemned as a heretic who had disrupted cosmic order. The pharaohs immediately following him, including Tutankhamun, were sometimes omitted from official histories or had their reigns minimized. The official narrative jumped from Amenhotep III to the restoration under the 19th dynasty, pretending the Amarna period was a brief aberration best forgotten. This damnatio memoriae was thorough and largely successful. For millennia, Akhenaten was barely known, and it wasn't until modern archaeology that his reign and reforms became understood. But by burying so much Amarna material in Tutankhamun's tomb, the Egyptian state inadvertently preserved exactly what they wanted forgotten. When Carter opened that tomb, he found the material culture of a period that official Egypt had tried to erase. The furniture, jewellery, ritual objects, personal items, all survived because they were hidden underground where later authorities couldn't destroy them. It's one of history's great ironies. The attempt to bury an uncomfortable era resulted in that era's best preserved material evidence. The gold that was supposed to go into the ground and stay there forever became, through archaeological discovery, the most famous Egyptian treasure, displayed in museums and recognizable worldwide. The workers at Deir el-Medina were probably involved in preparing Tutankhamun's tomb, though the sources don't explicitly confirm this. They would have carved the underground chambers, plastered the walls, painted the decoration, and installed the grave goods. For them, it was another job, a rush project with unusual constraints, but ultimately just another royal burial in a career of royal burials. They probably had opinions about the repurposed grave goods, the modified items, the weird hybrid nature of a tomb that invoked traditional religion, while containing material from the rejected Tenist period. But those opinions, if written on ostraca, haven't survived. What we have is the archaeological evidence of the tomb itself, which speaks volumes about how Egypt dealt with its most disruptive religious experiment. The return to traditional religion after Akhenaten was enthusiastic and probably relieved. Karnak reopened with restored funding and renewed activity. The priests who'd lost positions during the revolution were restored or replaced with new appointees. The daily rituals resumed their continuous cycle. The temple that never slept woke up from its forced hibernation and got back to business. The economic network centered on temple operations rebuilt itself. People could worship traditional gods again without fear of prosecution. The cosmic order, from the Egyptian perspective, was restored after a brief but terrifying period of disruption. But the memory of that disruption must have lingered. Egypt had experienced what happens when royal power decides to completely overturn religious tradition. They'd seen that centuries of ritual practice could be stopped by one pharaoh's decree. They'd learned that the seemingly eternal temple system could be dismantled if someone with enough power decided to do it. That lesson, that nothing is truly permanent when politics and religion intersect, probably influenced how later pharaohs and priests negotiated their relationship. Neither side would forget what had happened when that balance broke down completely. The Amarna period stands out in Egyptian history as an aberration, a brief moment when everything changed before being forcibly changed back. It demonstrated both the power of royal authority when wielded with determination, and the limits of that power when it contradicts deep cultural patterns and vested interests. Akhenaten could close temples and build new cities and declare new gods, but he couldn't make Egyptians actually abandon their traditional beliefs and practices. As soon as he died and royal power shifted to people who preferred the old ways, the revolution was reversed with a speed that suggests it had never achieved genuine popular support. Tutankhamun's tomb thus becomes a monument to that failed revolution, a golden burial containing the physical remnants of an era Egypt wanted to forget, preserved accidentally through the attempt to hide it forever. The treasure that made Tutankhamun famous wasn't really his. It was Akhenaten's and Nefertiti's, repurposed to serve a burial that also served to bury an entire period of religious experimentation. When modern audiences look at Tutankhamun's golden mask, they're seeing an object that represents multiple layers of Egyptian history. The craftsmanship of Amarna period artisans, the religious disruption of Akhenaten's revolution, the restoration of traditional practices under Tutankhamun, and the determined effort to bury uncomfortable history that ironically preserved it for modern discovery. Not bad for a piece of repurposed gold that was supposed to stay hidden in a tomb forever. The workers who installed it in Tutankhamun's burial chamber probably never imagined it would become one of the most recognizable objects from ancient Egypt, photographed millions of times and known to people worldwide. They thought they were burying the past. They were actually preserving it for a future they couldn't imagine. Let's back up and get more specific about how Karnak actually functioned as this 24-hour religious operation, because the mechanics are fascinating and occasionally absurd. The morning awakening ceremony required the high priest to approach the sanctuary in a state of ritual purity, which meant extensive preparation before dawn. First, bathing in the sacred lake, not a quick shower, but a full ritual immersion in water that was probably quite cold in the pre-dawn hours. Then came shaving. Head and body hair removal was required for priests conducting rituals, ostensibly for cleanliness, but probably also as visible marking of priestly status. Then putting on fresh linen garments that had been specially prepared for ritual use. By the time the priest actually approached the sanctuary, he'd already been working for an hour or more on preparation that modern people would find excessive just to say good morning to a statue. The sanctuary itself was designed to be progressively more restricted as you moved deeper into the temple. The outer courts were relatively public. Ordinary people could attend festivals there. The inner courts were restricted to priests and officials. The hypostyle hall, that famous forest of massive columns, was even more restricted. And the inner sanctuary where the cult statue resided was accessible only to the highest-ranking priests who had the proper purification and authorization. It was security through sacred architecture, creating physical barriers that reinforced social and religious hierarchies. You couldn't just walk into the god's bedroom uninvited any more than you could walk into the pharaoh's private chambers. Access was controlled, regulated, and granted only to those with proper credentials and purpose. The cult statue itself was smaller than most people imagine, maybe 3 to 4 feet tall, carved from precious wood or stone, covered in gold leaf, adorned with jewellery and clothing. It wasn't the massive colossal figures that stood in outer courts. Those were for public viewing and architectural impressiveness. The actual cult statue was intimate, meant for direct interaction with select priests rather than mass worship. When the priests awakened it each morning, they were addressing something roughly person-sized rather than something monumentally larger. This intimacy was the point. The cult statue was where the god was believed to actually reside, accessible to priests through proper ritual but hidden from general view to maintain its sacred status. The offerings presented to the god were substantial and varied. Daily offerings included dozens of loaves of bread, jars of beer, cuts of meat from cattle and fowl, vegetables, fruits, milk, honey, oils, and incense. Festival offerings were even more elaborate, sometimes involving dozens of cattle, hundreds of loaves, vast quantities of beer and wine, and enough food to feed a small army. Which conveniently it did. After the god's spiritual essence consumed the offering's spiritual essence, the physical food was redistributed to the priests, creating a system where religious devotion and practical feeding of religious personnel happened simultaneously. The gods ate spiritually, the priests ate physically, and everyone benefited from an arrangement that satisfied both theological requirements and economic necessities. The redistribution of offerings was carefully regulated according to priestly rank and duty. High-ranking priests received the choicest portions, the best meat, the finest bread, the highest quality beer. Lower-ranking priests received more basic rations. The amounts were calculated based on formulas that accounted for rank, duties performed, and time served. It was like a complex compensation system where payment came in the form of religiously charged food that had been offered to gods before being consumed by humans. The accounting required to track all this, who received what, when, in what quantities, occupied multiple scribes whose job was ensuring fair distribution and preventing disputes about who got the prime rib versus who got the cheaper cuts. The priestly shifts rotated on a complex schedule. Priests served for 1 month out of every 4, spending 3 months in regular civilian life before returning for their month of temple service. During their service month, they lived at the temple or nearby, maintained ritual purity, performed assigned duties, and received rations as compensation. This rotation system allowed temples to maintain operations while not requiring every priest to dedicate their entire life to full-time religious service. It was part-time work with religious significance, decent compensation, and social prestige. Many priests had other occupations during their off-duty months. They might be farmers, craftsmen, merchants, or officials who also happened to serve as priests periodically. The astronomical observations conducted from Karnak's roof were more sophisticated than casual stargazing. Egyptian priests tracked the heliacal rising of Sirius, its first visible appearance in the dawn sky after a period of being invisible, which marked the beginning of the Egyptian year and correlated with the Nile's flood. They tracked the movements of planets, which were associated with specific gods, and whose positions were believed to influence earthly events. They observed lunar cycles for calendar calculations. They noted solstices and equinoxes. All of this required systematic record-keeping and mathematical calculations that were impressive by ancient standards. The priests conducting these observations were specialized astronomer priests whose knowledge was essential for maintaining the calendar and timing religious ceremonies properly. The night watch also included protective rituals meant to defend against supernatural threats. Egyptian cosmology included the concept of Apep, the serpent of chaos who attacked the sun god Ra during his nightly journey through the underworld. Priests conducted rituals meant to help Ra defeat Apep and ensure the sun would rise again in the morning. From a modern perspective, this seems unnecessary. The sun rises whether or not priests perform rituals. But from an Egyptian perspective, the rituals were essential maintenance of cosmic order. The sun rose because the proper rituals were performed. Failing to perform them would risk the sun not rising, which would be catastrophic. Better to maintain the rituals continuously than test whether they were really necessary by stopping and seeing what happened. The economic activities of Karnak extended far beyond just receiving offerings. The temple owned extensive agricultural lands worked by tenant farmers who paid rent in produce. The temple operated workshops producing textiles, pottery, metalwork, and other goods, both for temple use and for sale. The temple maintained herds of cattle, flocks of geese, and other animals for offerings and breeding. The temple employed sailors who operated boats for transport on the Nile. The temple had construction crews who maintained buildings and built additions. The temple ran what amounted to a diverse economic empire that generated substantial revenue beyond just donations and offerings. This wealth made high priests extremely powerful. They controlled resources that rivaled royal treasuries and employed people throughout the region. The scribal administration at Karnak rivaled state bureaucracy in complexity. There were scribes who maintained temple libraries containing religious texts, ritual manuals, astronomical observations, and historical records. There were scribes who managed accounts, tracking revenues, expenses, assets, and obligations. There were scribes who handled correspondence with other temples, state officials, and foreign contacts. There were scribes who documented rituals, recorded offerings, and maintained logs of priestly duties. The amount of documentation generated by Karnak's operations was enormous, and managing it all required a substantial administrative apparatus with specialized roles and hierarchical organization. The education provided by temple schools extended beyond basic literacy. Advanced students learned medicine, Egyptian medical knowledge was substantial, and priests often served as healers. They learned mathematics beyond basic arithmetic, geometry for architecture and surveying, algebra for complex calculations, and astronomical mathematics for calendar calculations. They learned foreign languages useful for diplomatic correspondence. They learned rhetoric and composition for official writing. They learned religious texts and ritual procedures. The curriculum was practical and vocational, focused on producing competent officials, but it represented a level of education that was inaccessible to most Egyptians and marked graduates as members of a literate elite. The temple's role in social welfare shouldn't be overlooked. Temples distributed food during famines, provided medical care to those who could access temple physicians, offered legal arbitration for disputes, and served as centers for community gathering during festivals. Temples weren't just religious institutions, they were social infrastructure that provided services the state didn't always deliver effectively. This made them essential to community function and gave them social legitimacy beyond just their religious authority. Closing temples, as Akhenaten would discover, disrupted social services that people depended on, creating hardship that went beyond just religious concerns. Now, when Akhenaten decided to overturn this entire system, he wasn't just implementing abstract theological reform. He was dismantling an economic empire, disrupting social services, eliminating employment for thousands of people, and pulling apart the social fabric that connected Egyptian communities through shared religious practice. The religious revolution was also an economic catastrophe, a social disruption, and a political crisis that destabilized Egypt in ways that purely religious analysis doesn't fully capture. The theology mattered, but so did the practical reality that Akhenaten was destroying institutions that provided employment, services, and social cohesion throughout Egypt. The Aten cult that Akhenaten promoted was radically different from traditional Egyptian religion in structure as well as theology. Traditional temples were restricted spaces where gods resided and only authorized priests had access. Aten worship happened in open-air courts where the sun's rays could reach worshippers directly. Traditional worship involved cult statues as focal points for divine presence. Aten worship rejected cult statues, focusing instead on the visible sun disk. Traditional religion emphasized afterlife judgment and elaborate funerary practices overseen by Osiris. Atenism was vaguer about afterlife concepts and seemed to de-emphasize traditional funerary concerns. Everything about Atena's practice was designed to break with tradition and establish something new. The art and literature of the Amarna period reflected this radical break. The Aten hymn, possibly composed by Akhenaten himself, described the sun as a universal deity whose light gave life to all creatures. It emphasized the physical, visible aspects of the sun, its light, warmth, and life-giving properties, rather than abstract divine qualities. The hymn was beautiful and poetic, presenting a cosmology where one god's visible presence replaced the complex pantheon of traditional religion. Whether this constituted genuine monotheism or just extreme henotheism is debatable, but it was definitely a departure from Egyptian religious norms that had existed for millennia. The social changes at Amarna were as dramatic as the religious ones. The new capital had no established aristocracy, no entrenched interests, no traditional power structures. This was intentional. Akhenaten was creating a new order with himself and his family at the center, served by officials who owed their positions entirely to royal favor rather than inherited status or traditional authority. It was a meritocracy of sorts, or at least it was supposed to be. In practice, it probably just created different patterns of patronage and favoritism, because humans inevitably organize themselves hierarchically, regardless of what social systems they officially adopt. The artistic freedom at Amarna produced some of Egypt's most distinctive art. The willingness to show royal figures in intimate family scenes, the experimentation with naturalistic representation of movement and emotion, the distinctive artistic style with its elongated features and emphasized curves, all of this was innovative and controversial. Traditional Egyptian art was formal, static, idealized. Amarna art was dynamic, emotional, sometimes almost grotesque in its exaggeration. It was either artistic revolution or artistic degradation, depending on whether you appreciated the innovation or preferred traditional aesthetics. The debate continues among modern scholars who find Amarna art either refreshingly human or disturbingly weird. The construction of Amarna happened fast, probably too fast for optimal planning and execution. The city was built primarily of mud brick, which was cheap and quick but not durable. Many buildings showed signs of hasty construction and subsequent deterioration. The royal palace was impressive but built with expedient methods that sacrificed longevity for speed. The great temple of the Aten was massive but simple in design compared to traditional stone temples. Everything about Amarna suggested urgency. Get it built quickly so the new order can be established and demonstrated before opposition organizes effectively. This urgency also meant the city lacked the infrastructure and refinement that would have come from slower, more careful development. Living at Amarna must have been strange for people who'd grown up with traditional Egyptian religion. The familiar gods were suddenly off limits. The comfortable rituals you'd performed your entire life were banned. The priests you'd relied on for religious guidance were unemployed or had shifted to Atena's practice. The afterlife concepts you'd believed in were replaced with vague alternatives. For true believers in Atenism, this was liberation. For everyone else, it was probably disorienting and concerning. And for people whose livelihoods depended on traditional religious institutions, it was economic disaster that no amount of theological argument could compensate for. The international implications of Akhenaten's religious focus were also significant. While Akhenaten obsessed over religious reform, Egypt's international position deteriorated. The Amarna letters, diplomatic correspondence found at Amarna, document vassal rulers begging for Egyptian military support that wasn't being sent. Foreign territories that Egypt had controlled slipped away. Diplomatic relationships that required constant attention were neglected. The gold diplomacy that had worked so well for Amenhotep III wasn't maintained with the same effectiveness. Akhenaten was so focused on his religious revolution that he apparently paid insufficient attention to the boring administrative work of maintaining an empire. The consequences wouldn't become fully apparent until after his death, but Egypt's international position weakened significantly during his reign. The death of Akhenaten remains mysterious. We don't know exactly how he died, though he was probably in his 30s or early 40s. We don't know if he died naturally or was killed. We don't know if there was a succession crisis or if the transition to his successor was smooth. What we do know is that shortly after his death, the religious revolution began unraveling rapidly. Tutankhamun, who was probably about 9 years old when he became pharaoh, was clearly controlled by advisors who wanted to restore traditional religion. Whether the young king had personal religious convictions about Atenism versus traditional religion is unknowable. He was a child being directed by adult handlers who were making decisions in his name. The restoration under Tutankhamun was swift and comprehensive. The restoration stela, a monument describing the return to traditional religion, painted the Amarna period in apocalyptic terms. The temples had fallen into ruin, the gods had abandoned Egypt, chaos reigned. This was probably exaggerated for propaganda purposes, but it reflected genuine problems that Atenism had created. The stela promised that traditional temples would be restored, priesthoods re-established, rituals resumed, and proper order returned to Egypt. It was framing Tutankhamun's reign as salvation after disaster, with the young king as hero restoring what his predecessor had destroyed. The process of restoring traditional religion required substantial resources and effort. Temples needed physical repairs and refurbishment. Cult statues that had been hidden or removed needed to be restored to sanctuaries. Priesthoods needed to be reconstituted with new appointments. Religious texts and ritual manuals needed to be copied and distributed. Economic resources needed to be reallocated to support temple operations. It was a massive administrative project that occupied much of Tutankhamun's brief reign and continued under his successors. The fact that it happened so quickly and thoroughly suggests it had widespread support among elites who'd opposed Atenism, but had been powerless to resist while Akhenaten lived. When Tutankhamun died unexpectedly young, the burial preparations were rushed. His tomb in the Valley of the Kings was small, probably not originally intended for royal burial, but adapted quickly when the king died without a proper tomb prepared. The burial chamber was barely large enough for the sarcophagi and burial equipment. The walls were hastily painted with traditional afterlife scenes. Everything about the tomb suggests speed and adaptation rather than careful planning. But despite the rushed preparation, the tomb was packed with treasures. More than 5,000 objects including furniture, chariots, weapons, clothing, jewellery, ritual objects, and that famous golden mask. The recognition that most of these objects were repurposed from earlier owners came gradually as scholars studied them carefully. Some items had cartouches that were modified, original names erased or covered with Tutankhamun's names. Other items showed artistic styles characteristic of the Amarna period, but were found in a post-Amarna burial. The golden mask's stylistic features matched earlier Amarna period work more than Tutankhamun's own era. The evidence accumulated until it became clear that this wasn't primarily Tutankhamun's original burial equipment. It was Amarna period material being buried with him, either because there wasn't time to make new items, or because the purpose was to dispose of objects associated with the rejected religious revolution. The furniture found in the tomb included pieces clearly made for female owners. The proportions, decorative schemes, and sometimes explicit inscriptions indicated they'd belonged to Amarna period queens, probably Nefertiti or Meritaten. These had been minimally modified to make them appropriate for a male king's burial, but the modifications couldn't completely hide their original purpose. It's like buying second-hand furniture and trying to make it work in a new context. You can repaint and relabel, but careful observers can still tell it wasn't originally Yo.